quickly they know who is available to have that flash or get out of position, and Cloud9 it just pounds.
And I think something that Cloud9 really does deserve credit for in this game is tracking cooldowns and punishing those missing
100%,
CDs.
100%.
Because they have been so good at punishing Humanoid, who I think has played a really solid game, you know, and had some big moments early. But every time he spent his flash, they punished it before it was up, right? They've been so good at doing that. So now Fnatic, you know, trying to find this perfect angle for that miracle comeback, but C9 going to be closing in, clearing out that vision, and looking for a fight to close this one.
Just barely not able to get there as Blabber dives in. That is going to be the have to get some health back on their jungler and try again.
It's definitely a swing and a miss there from Cloud9. You know, Blabber tried to go over the wall. They tried to find that setup for Fudge on the equalizer, but he dropped it. And Fnatic were just able to get back through the base gates and get back to safety.
That's a whole nother minute we bought. That's all we need. More of that. But I think seriously, Cloud9, they look so in control right now. Berserker's completely untouched on mid-wave. He's going to continuously be able to shove this in. Same you look towards Fudge. And I think the only thing is, as long as you like buy time where you're just shoving Fnatic into the base, 2 minutes until Baron, you just fall back. It's so easy for you to operate from this position.
And Berserker's sitting on 2K in pocket, right? So he's working towards that third item. Noah just got his second done here. So Berserker definitely, you know, in a comfortable spot, you know, scaling up incredibly well. We'll see what that third item will be. I'm expecting just something along the lines of Bloodthirster, maybe even you know, going towards like a Hexdrinker or something if he's really scared, but I think it's probably just going to be BT from this spot because there's not really a lot of armor to justify an LDR, and you're trying to think about how can you lose a fight? Well, maybe getting chunked out early, maybe getting poked out, so get some lifesteal and try to account for that.
See what he does decide to go with. As M&S here towards his bottom side, just getting that wave sorted out. I do want to just say for those who are sitting at home thinking, why aren't C9 just winning the game? They have Xayah and 4 melees. It's not exactly the easiest siege composition to navigate, so probably just going to have to wait for this next Baron that's going to be conveniently up in about a minute's time.
And that's the thing, they took Baron so early that it's just like, oh, we've actually got to try and delay. It's 25 minutes into the game. They're going to pick up their second Baron off the back of this. And like, a tiniest bit of copium is, hey, look, Humanoid is getting some items, a big shockwave could maybe do something, but with how quickly Cloud9 are able to collapse onto Fnatic, it feels like there is just no real opportunity for Fnatic to contest this at all, as long as Cloud9 are pushing in the waves, getting their vision control down, and that's exactly what they're about to do now.
Yeah, so Berserker did actually go for Rapid Fire, so a bit more aggressive option, but IE completed for M&S, and he's 16 now, which is terrifying on the Yone. When you hit this point in the game with the IE, with level 16, if you connect on that ulti on a carry, they just die. It's kind of how it works at this point. This champion scales ridiculously well.
Yeah, I haven't seen a 3-item Yone in quite some time, to be perfectly honest, because either they win and have 2 items and they're just dominating the games really short, or they just don't quite get there because they're not quite doing enough. So this is going to be huge. Fudge going to mitigate a whole bunch of that engage, and now Blabber says that he's got his own. Noah standing on some vision and is going to try to clear that one away. C9 just, they did have to use the Zhonya's cooldown.
Yeah.
There is at least that.
I mean, it is a bit of an early stasis there from Fudge. I think he was concerned about the potential follow-up, about getting CC'd by Trimby, you know, dying in a shockwave, like the 100-0 type play is what he's really worried about there, but it is the Zhonya's down. And you can see Fnatic just trying to scout away. They use their blue orb. That's on cooldown. So now they use the Ezreal ulti, and they're trying to keep eyes on this Baron, knowing that, hey, Berserker could be on this. Someone could be actually working away on it.
I don't think you need to pressure the jungle here as Cloud9, though. I think you can, like, look at M&S. He's pushing in top, get someone pushing mid, and then Fnatic have to respond to defending their base, and then you can fall back to Baron. So I think this is a little bit risky, and actually they're going to start up the Baron immediately as you see Oscar in the top side.
Exactly. They see Oscar, so they want to at least force TP, but they need to make sure they peel Razork.
Yeah, Sven is going to be able to flash his way out of there. There's the CC onto the jungler, but Razork might be able to get into the pit. It's still solo. He steals it! He manages to get there. Trimby also trying to make their escape, but can they survive is the question. The equalizer didn't do a whole lot, but Trimby will eventually fall down. But Fnatic sacrificing a Rakan for a Baron, you take those.
100% you take those! Razork with a massive steal that might just delay this game long enough for them to come back.
I mean, that is a massive swing there. It is going to be Cloud9 taking a dragon, but honestly, who cares? It's just the second dragon for them. And Cloud9 did try to get out and try to actually keep Razork away, but Sven gets forced back. They did a good job with the entrance here. Sven gets forced to flash over the wall. He has to retreat, so M&S goes over the wall, but Razork just kicks him away and finds the angle, and someone needed to be behind that Baron, probably blocking the Q, because as soon as he connects on that Q, he has the advantage in the smite fight over Blabber.
Yeah, I don't think the Q went on to the jungler, but I actually think he flashed into the pit. It was just, he just managed to get in over the wall, so Razork...
Oh, the Q did hit Blabber?
It hit Blabber, yeah.
Oh,
and
wow,
then
my
he ended up
mistake.
flashing into the pit. So
just
nice
a
and good.
50-50.
Just a 50-50, yeah.
Yeah, well played.
But I don't think Cloud9 needed to put themselves in that position, right? I think they had opportunities to push out waves and then make sure that Fnatic weren't able to get there. And now Fnatic will have that time to try and build up. You don't contest Dragon. You start to get like towers on the map, get some of these bounties in your favor. Question mark?
Could be in a little bit of trouble here as he's trying to get out. It's not gonna work. M&S is now dominating, and our Rebel Baron power play is going to be slightly less than it was before, but still 1800. You're pretty happy with that if you are Fnatic, especially when this game looked like it was just over. And another one. Now M&S looking for the opportunity. Does pull himself back with the Unbound Soul, and the Shockwave is now on cooldown.
Yeah, nicely played there by M&S, but it was his flash actually committed, so did spend quite a bit. The death cap, though, is what my eyes are on. Anytime I see Orianna with death cap, I'm saying, hey, you got a chance. You know, if you find that perfect Shockwave, it can really make things happen, but not having that on cooldown makes it much more difficult. Razork now looking for the flank, but he's spotted. Got to be careful.
Yeah, he's on vision. The knockup is actually going to land here, but no follow-up going to be available. And Blabber going to move back towards the Fog of War. C9 still with full map control, but Fnatic starting to feel like they can get back out here. Razork trying to get in there for that red buff, and now the Cataclysm is what's going to be there in answer. He goes down to his GA as the Depth Charge flies through, gets 2 in the knockup, but C9, they didn't have the follow-up. Berserker wasn't hitting anyone, and now
It's a mess.
he needs to deal with this orb. Trimby taking a bit of damage, but he's able to get back to his team, and that is just a free kill on his Sven.
Cloud9 way overcommitted for the play. Both top and jungle ultimates didn't find the success that they needed, and Fnatic, they bounced back.
Well, actually, way worse is they lose the GA as well. I think C9 are looking nervous. They were looking so clean earlier in the game, and they give up this Baron steal, and you can see they're starting to sweat a bit. It felt like they're over-forcing on a couple of these plays. They go in here. Yeah, Blabber finds the knockup, but they have so much mobility. You have to respect the fact that they can just jump right out of this, and they're able to get out of there no problem. Sure, the equalizer goes down, but no one's stuck in the pit. It's not on the Orianna's head. So they get the GA, they get the kill, and Fnatic slowly but surely making you believe that they could actually win this game.
They're also just playing off of Berserker not being there. Berserker was pushing mid-wave, so he's not really in a position to follow up, and even if you are, that's the perfect scenario for Humanoid to look for these big shockwaves with that Rabbit on death cap complete. So Cloud9, as you say, small mistakes now come back to bite them.
Honestly, it's definitely getting a little bit more nerve-wracking now for Cloud9. And you asked earlier, Max, you know, is this kind of like the emotional damage when you're in this long game and you're getting beat down the whole time? I will say, the shoe starts to go on the other foot.
Absolutely.
When the team that's behind starts to really make you work for it. You know, even if Fnatic were to lose this game, I would feel like that would give you some confidence in, hey, we almost, you know, were able to come back in a game that we were so far down. So Cloud9, I feel like they're going to be the ones sweating a bit. The game is still very much in their favor. You know, when you're looking at the itemization, they're in a great spot. Your carries are really, really strong, but you have to be on point with your engages. Fnatic has their items. You know, they are at a good point here too. You can't underestimate them.
I think as well, like even for Cloud9, your scaling is so strong when you've got the Yone, the Xayah. I mean, Rumble is still going to be an incredibly strong stop.
They're disadvantaged. It would take a Herculean effort for them to win.
True. Sorry, yeah. my bad. But still, I think they are in a really, really good spot. Yes, Fnatic have found some plays that they've been able to turn around, but I think, as you say, if Cloud9 just find that one engage, this game is over.
Exactly, especially because the waves are almost always in Cloud9's favor. Fnatic can't really cross mid-map. The inhibitor tower mid is already gone, so if C9 get, you know, that big team fight, you know, they do get the good execution. They can clean this game up. We'll see if they want to try to wait for certain itemizations to be finished. You can see that Fudge has the components of that death cap. That would be a massive completion for him. You know, you're looking towards that BT that just got finished there for Berserker. Wit's End on the way for M&S. So they are working on these items, but there's always that chance for Fnatic. And they have a lot of playmaking on this team, which always makes you believe that bit much more, you know? Even if you're behind, hey, that perfectly Sin kick, that perfect engage from Trimby, that perfect shockwave from Humanoid can really turn a game on its head.
Especially when you've got all those flashes now up and available for them as well, that takes up a fancy. But I think the big one that I'm looking at is M&S not having his. Once Cloud9 have access to all their own summoner spells, that becomes way more difficult to try and achieve, because C9 honestly are just as slippery with the amount of opportunities they have to try and get away. So I think Fnatic definitely still have their work cut out for them if they hope to bring this back. And with Baron now in 30 seconds, have Cloud9 learned from their last mistake of just not controlling the map before they start this one up?
Absolutely. You know, I think that they thought they were in a better spot than they were. You know, they saw Oscar top lane. I think they thought they were going to get a TP or something there. M&S, you know, back out on the map. TP's back towards bot side. They're looking for a pick on Noah.
Yeah, fantastic hook from Sven. He gets the knock-up as well. M&S is going to dive in with the ulti. Noah's in trouble, but it's Sven that goes down first. And Noah, he's so slippery, manages to stay alive, but it is Razork that falls down as well. The equalizer flies
Berserker
in at the same time. And yeah, Berserker is just free hitting. Noah not going to be able to do anything. There's the flash forward to get the knock up as well, and Oscar and it has to run for the hills. This might just be it. Humanoid's still there with a decent health bar, but the inhibitor is not.
I think Fnatic, when they get back to base, heal up, they'll be able to push Cloud9 out. No jungler available though. I don't know if Cloud9 want to try and start this up. Humanoid has no ultimate, which might be the moment to go for it.
They're going to start it. They're going to actually go for it here. You know, they want to force this. Oscar, no flash, no ulti for Humanoid. It's just them, and I don't think they can get on the map and do anything, so they're going to try to get the objective bounty on this dragon, move themselves towards Soul Point. We'll see if Cloud9 can do anything about that, but it is going to be the Blabber for securing the Baron, and Cloud9 will have that advantage.
Yeah, full information here for C9 as this dragon has been started off, but it looks like it will just go down before they can do anything. So Fnatic do manage to get to Soul Point. I don't know how much that is going to mean up against a 9,500 gold lead. Let's have a look at this once again.
Yeah, eyes on the Shockwave from Humanoid. This Shockwave is what kept Noah alive in bot time. Look at the Shockwave right here. Snaps them both back. There's a stun from Oscar as well. You know, that CC bought the time for Noah, created space for him, and meant that when M&S snapped back, they're able to actually even pile in and kill him off. Yes, Berserker is free hitting, but again, the mobility from Fnatic really frustrating them. Blabber, though, good follow to get that triple, but again, it's another leap strike there from Oscar, getting him out to safety. Fnatic have been really good at disengaging the losing fights, because I think a lot of lesser teams would have just kind of kept fighting it out or wouldn't have been able to get out and the game would end.
This is the moment Cloud9 have been waiting for, though. When they, big
Shockwave going to be used onto Fudge there, takes a lot of damage now, trying to get out. The equalizer does come in and he survives. Oh man, that could have been a huge pick for Fnatic.
Absolutely, but remember, no TP, so he has to go back to base, so this buys them time, buys them the ability to buy time and clear out these waves, and that's what Fnatic is trying to do, because now Fnatic has a possible win condition of Soul, right? So they're just trying to live through this Baron power play.
And that's what I was about to say, was for Cloud9, this is your moment to strike. You finally get the Baron, you've got the opportunity to, well, you've already cracked open mid, get pressure mid, play for top, play and swing into bot side. This is your moment where you can close out this game as Cloud9, but just getting caught there as Fudge will buy a little bit of time for Fnatic, but that's a lot of damage on the Trimby.
Yeah, and you can see, though, look at Humanoid. His ulti's basically back up. Like, the cooldown is very low late in the game, and he is doing so much damage. Has the Void Staff, has the Death Cap, MS looking for some poke there. But again, just like one QW from Humanoid is so much your health.
That is going to get the Feather Storm. So we're going to trade ulti
Humanoid's
for
taking
ulti,
over.
That is definitely higher value for Fnatic. That Shockwave, like you say, low cooldown, and Featherstorm means that Berserker is now very vulnerable. Trimby now understanding that, looking for a potential angle here. C9 do look to back away, and man, this is... I was joking, Azael. I didn't think that this was just going to keep getting dragged out, but we've seen 3 of those dragons since then, and we may see another.
I mean, that Rebel Baron power play, you can see in the top left corner, it's nothing for Cloud9. The fact that Berserker doesn't have flash and doesn't have his ult means that you have to play back, so Cloud9 can't get full advantage. Again, as you say, Humanoid's been pulling off miracles at the moment with this Orianna.
He's 2-4, but this is a 1v9 game. Like, this, he's actually playing so well in these later stages. He single-handedly ruined the entire Baron for Cloud9. He forces back Fudge. He has to base, walk all the way back out. By the time he gets out, he forces out the Featherstorm from Berserker, so they have to back off again. That just killed it completely, and now it makes this Baron take completely worthless, and it means that Fnatic are one potential mistake away or one steal away from getting Soul, and I think at that point, the game is heavily in their favor.
Yeah, 244 is actually how much he benches, because he's just doing all the heavy lifting in this one. It's been absolutely absurd. And I think now, as you say, with the Void Staff now completed, if Humanoid finds that one moment, that could be it. So, I won't say it's it. You still have a lot of space to clear on the map here for Fnatic.
This late in the game, though, if you get an ace at a dragon, the game can just end.
Yeah, this is just one teamfight territory, right?
Yeah,
like,
it
if
is.
you manage to have enough people alive, and especially ones that do damage afterwards, then you are just going to win the game. And Fnatic, I think they've just stalled enough to get to exactly that point. They won't have to worry about Elder Drakes for at least another, what, 7 minutes or something like that. So we're not going to have that one on the table. But still, this is really going wrong. And you were talking, like, you mentioned this, Azael, like, this is actually now working against C9, because even now, if they win this, doesn't feel as fantastic if you've taken this long to close out a game like this, especially with Fnatic fighting back so well.
I think Cloud9 are starting to learn from the takeaways they've had in this game, though. Like, look at where they're positioned. Have M&S push side, have Fudge push the other one. You know that there's not really an opportunity for Fnatic to bounce back against that, as long as you keep your waves in check and keep the vision there to stop Fnatic when in their tracks.
But here's the problem. 4 players on Fnatic have dashes. The only real target is Humanoid, and he's playing behind the rest of them, right? Even if you get that Jarvan ult into the Equalizer, it's not really doing anything anymore because it's going to be a Ward Hop, it's going to be an Arcane Shift, it's going to be a Leap Strike, it's going to be a Battle Dance. There's so many ways to get out of that, and C9 are struggling to really get to Humanoid, and if you're trying to just run straight at the guy, you're going to get shredded by everyone else, and you're going to walk into that shockwave. So Cloud9, I think, are starting to struggle a bit, and the fact that they were playing this composition, it helped to get them ahead, but the siege potential was so low that things are kind of difficult now for them to close it out.
Yep, and Humanoid now has, Azonya's completed as well, 6 items done for the Orianna, and they are not the cheap ones. This is all the damage that you could possibly get here for this Orianna. Now going to start building these elixirs over and over again. And yeah, no, it doesn't. And that is what C9 had going for them, is now Oscarinen in a little bit of trouble here towards the bottom side. M&S doing a good job, but not going to be able to do enough before he has to go back to that soul. Noah in trouble, does flash, Cataclysm comes on through, Tribby just evaporates before our very eyes, and now Berserker trying to take matters into his own hands. There's the ult from M&S! We were waiting for it, and we found it in the end, and C9 will finally get the team fight and look to close out the game.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, but Cloud9 will get it done in game number 1 against Fnatic.
Let's just hope that people went to get something to eat thinking this game was done, and then they see that C9 won in the end anyway. The first Nexus turret goes down, Berserker grabs another kill, and now C9 will finish the task. 1-0 in this best of 3, playing for their lives.
Cloud. The brain eventually caught up.
He's like, wait just 1 second. Something's amiss here.
Well, the Orianna isn't. She's going to be banned away, and we'll see what the first pick is going to be. If we were talking about some of the other series that we've seen, things like the Kai'Sa, certainly pretty high priority, but was kind of ignored in the last game. And there is the Syndra, so Humanoid, going towards the other Orb champion in the mid lane.
Yeah, it did get banned away from M&S, I believe, in game number 1. So definitely something that can be strong in the early game. I'm really interested to see where Cloud9 do go from here. What is the prio going to be with some of these big picks taken off the table? What kind of a bot lane do Cloud9 want to play? Again, they're not really that style where they want to go hyper aggressive. So I would be more expecting something along the lines of the Kai'Sa for Cloud9 if they're going to go that direction. I think this is going to be M&S playing the K'Sante, and it's going to be Blabber Taliyah, but there is the possibility of flex. When you think back to their game against Mad, he did so well on the Taliyah in that. Really controlled the pace of the game, kept his farm high, was able to answer plays, was able to create plays of his own. So having a double flex here on 1-2 is always nice on red side because it makes it really difficult to answer for Fnatic because you don't necessarily know where things are going, right? This could be mid or top for K'Sante. This could be mid or jungle for Taliyah.
I am curious though. I was going to say, like, do they just go for something like the Renekton here though for Oscarinen? You're like, hey, look, even if we go into the K'Sante, we're happy. Then if you decide to go for the Jax, you're happy. So I think you're kind of leaving yourself open here a little bit as Cloud9 to say, hey, we can just take the Renekton now. And hey, look, we've got great setup then for the Taliyah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And then I think it does relatively okay into the Jax early. I think he can kind of manage, but the Jax does end up, as you say, snowballing later on.
Well, and we might just see a Renekton now for Fudge, right? He could even just take the Renekton into the Jax if he wants. I know a lot of people online are not fans of that. A lot of pros are. They do feel that it's in favor towards Renekton, especially early. You can get that pressure rolling. It is going to be the Jarvan, though, as the pick here for Razork. So taking it away, Blabber obviously played it last game. Already you have a Taliyah. You have an easy, squishy target here who doesn't have a dash to be able to actually focus in some of these fights. And if you're thinking about some of the other options for Berserk or some of the best teamfight champions, Jarvan's also quite good against those. Sure, yes, Kai'Sa can ult out of that Jarvan ultimate, but it's not like a guaranteed easy thing to do. And it does require that ultimate cooldown.
And I really like this from C9. Keep that flex alive, right? You might be a bit scared that the Renekton could be theoretically banned away to protect against the potential flexibility of M&S taking the K'Sante like he already has this tournament, but making sure that you're keeping Fnatic on their toes with those picks is going to be important. And there is the Aphelios ban. Aphelios Zeri could just be coming through here to really target Noah.
Yeah, I think they just won him on the Ezreal again. Yes, they did get towards the late game, but that was mostly, it felt like, on the back of some misplays from C9 and some great plays from Humanoid. Noah, again, to me, felt fairly absent in that game. I can't really think of anything that he did that stood out. And it's one of those things where I think C9 really won him in that type of matchup. Kai'Sa is also that kind of old school answer towards the Ezreal, so if you can push him into that preferential matchup, especially if supports are roaming, Berserker's going to be really happy in that 1v1 to be farming it up, to be getting ready for those team fights.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what they exactly want to go for. I think, as you say, I think it will end up being the Ezreal that they're trying to shove him onto. I'm trying to pinch my way through the 80 carry list here just to see what even he could potentially make.
We've seen Zeri, we've seen Kai'Sa, we've seen Varus, we've seen Lucian, we've seen
Sivir is, yeah, I was going to say Sivir was the kind of one I was keeping my eye on, where maybe you've got a little bit of an opportunity to try and get away from some of the punishment that C9 has available for you, but that's actually going to be taken away. So now it is going to be a question of what Noah wants to try and go towards. I think on the opposite side, keep going for the support.
I mean, he could go Zeri. It was banned away last game from him. Obviously, I think that was more of because they were playing, with that Jarvan plus the Rumble combo, so they wanted to be able to deny that Zeri from him. But I'll be interested to see where Cloud9 go, because they're going to start revealing where the flexes are. This, again, is a potential, double flex here if they do lock this in, but it does give them some good hard engage. It could be a Blabber pick, could be a Sven pick. I'm still operating under the assumption, though, just to be quite honest, that it's Blabber for Taliyah, it's Cassante for M&S, and it would be this Rel for Sven.
I'm curious if they want to get the Rakan across, though. I think you end up in a position where that's still a very high option for Fnatic, where they can try and play through that, try and move Trimby around a little bit more. Although in the last game, it was definitely Sven who was beating Trimby to the punch in a lot of those. So if we end up seeing this Ezreal, then Trimby combo again, I want to see Trimby out on the map quickly.
I will say, though, if you go Ezreal and you go Rakan, then your lane is so weak, so maybe Cloud9 are kind of okay with that. Zeri, again, was banned out in that first game. There is quite a bit of CC that he has to deal with over on this Cloud9 side already, between the Cassante, the rocks that you have to deal with, as well as this aggressive Rel that could be the engage. But I'm interested to see what the final pick here is going to be for Cloud9.
Yeah, they are so flexible. They can pick a whole lot of different things. If they don't like the Zeri Blitzcrank lane, if this is what Trimby is going to lock away, then they can take something else instead. Just going to go back to the tried and true. As Trimby...
They have incredible engage.
Yeah, they certainly do. And he had some good moments in the last game as well. It was part of the reason why they clung on to the game for so long. Now C9, they are going to have to let us know exactly how this one is going to be arranged.
And I will say, Cloud9 is very low range on their side for now, and I think it's really scary for Berserker. It's difficult to actually get involved when there's a Jax, when there's a Rakan CC, when there's the Flag and Drag, the knockup, there's the unleashed power from the Syndra as you go forward. It is going to end up being the Renekton that I talked about way earlier, so roles will kind of be what I expected. This is going to be a pretty beefy front line here for Cloud9, Rel, Cassante, and Renekton all there in front of it, and it's a lot of CC to help apply that plasma, so this does feel like Berserker and Blabber versus the world. They have got to have good games, they've got to be farming at a good clip here if we're going to see Cloud9 succeed.
I think you kind of damage
these Aatrox.
The Renekton's lead to attack lane. Game number 2. Just a reminder, this is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The entirety of Fnatic taking on the entirety of C9. So many phenomenal moments between these two teams over the years, and we're here to celebrate another one. Let's see exactly how it is going to go, because if we get a Fnatic victory, then we just get another game in what is a very historical matchup.
It's actually sick to see that, because I look back at the how many times both these teams have faced off. If you include every tournament ever, right the way back to IEMs, all the All-Stars, everything like that in between, both squads are 11-11. This is actually the one that breaks the camel's back. So this is both an historic matchup, but also an incredibly close matchup that is definitely leaning Cloud9 after that last game.
Well, yeah, I mean, the early game was okay. The late game was...
No. We don't think about those. We don't think about those as just make sure that you've only got the first 20 minutes glued into your mind, and you're going to be feeling confident. You're going to be feeling happy about it.
I live in a constant state of denial here as soon as I get to international events, so I can work with this.
And I walked past Betty as we were coming back up to the caster desk, and he was like, Rob, just make Fnatic be better. So we banned Rumble, so already we're off to a good start. So maybe this will give a bit more of an opportunity for Oscurin to survive the laning phase.
And you're not on Ezreal, which I think you fans will count as an
that's
absolute
two big
dub.
thumbs up.
That one guy in the audience.
It's actually 1-1 now.
Yeah.
That's a dub for Fnatic.
Well, already you can see Fudge just wanting to get towards level 3 and then start bullying on this Renekton. I was pretty impressed by Fudge's Renekton in the playoffs, despite how things went in the end.
Yeah, I think that Fudge has been really solid this year, just early too, but it's going to be a trade back potentially. Just not as dominant, because Fudge, prior to the mid lane swap where he kind of moved around back and forth positions, he was playing at his top level as clearly the best LCS top laner, but Noah?
Yeah, that's a crash down. It's going to find too much more than the air as the Ignite is going to be thrown through. I wish Masteries was still there. He would have had the extra AP and AD, but not anymore.
Yeah, just for the Nimbus Cloak to just retreat out of that. Had he actually gotten the crash down, he maybe could have forced a cleanse or something like that, but as soon as you miss, you are going to take a pretty bad trade on the way out. So I do like the early Ignite, just to make sure that it's not going to go too bad, you're not going to lose too much health, and put yourself in a terrible spot.
Also the mental game, the warning Ignite. Yeah. It's this is what it could have been, buddy. You better back up. Buddy.
I can light you on fire at a moment's notice once the cooldown is back up. Yeah, I do like that.
But I think, coming into this, I want to see a little bit more opportunity here for Razork to try and play around Humanoid. One of the big things we were talking about in the last one was Lee Sin Ori, not a great combo. Jarvan Syndra, that is terrifying, even up against the Cassante. So.
Yeah, he's on vision. Crashdown is going to be interrupted there by the Grand Entrance, but still, Trimby taking a lot of damage. Berserker turning on him immediately. Nicely done.
Yeah, Trimby stayed in a little bit too long. Normally on those trades in Rakan, you want to go in and you want to be able to jump back out when you're at 4 plasma, but he actually let that final plasma stack go off. Razork here lying in wait, but we'll see. They're going to move. Humanoid's coming. It's going to be a fight potentially.
Possible 3v2, but no, it's going to be a 3v3. There's the Counter-Strike. Scat of the Week is incredible by Humanoid, but he's not quite able to finish them off. Razork in so much trouble as Fudge is looking for the kill back, but already M&S has fallen down. Culver Meat comes through. Blabber does and C9, they can't get a kill back.
We're alive! Fnatic managing to get a kill off the back of that. The roam comes through early for M&S, but that flag and drag from Razork was sick to follow up on that.
Yeah, great follow-up. You know, he goes in. There's a flash scatter from Humanoid as well. Just going heavily for that play, and Fudge can't quite finish him off. It looked like it was maybe a Triumph Field or something did come through from Razork, and they couldn't actually finish it off. So, you know, it is this initial play where Blabber's trying to play the mind game, wait for that flip, couldn't actually get it. The double stun comes through. There's the flag and drag across 3. The flash in from Humanoid was key as well. Really nicely played there from Fnatic, but still was so close. It's really just that Triumph Field that keeps Razork alive.
Just about able to stay alive in that one. So Fnatic managing to step away. Don't get the crab in the end, but at least it is a big win for Fnatic, especially with that kill going across to Oscarinen. That's going to accelerate that matchup. He's got the Sheen now. These trades become far easier for Oscarinen to try and play through.
Shu is now on the other foot. Bit of an early game advantage here for Fnatic. We'll see how they can play through it as the game continues. C9 still pushing pretty aggressively here towards this bottom side, and that is still going to be their avenue of victory. You know, Berserker is the guy that just has win condition written off across his forehead. See whether it is going to work out, because of course Zeri is, you know, one of those champions that does relatively well towards the later stages of the game. Humanoid just playing with M&S here in this mid lane, as you would expect at the early stages of this matchup.
I do think my eyes are still focused on this 3v3 topside, though. Literally every flash in existence burnt up there, and it's like, hey, you've still got Razork up there, you still got a strong mid jungle you try and play through. Even the opportunity if like Fudge mismanages his wave and it starts to push out, Razork can try and get up into that position. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for Fnatic. So I'm looking to see how Blabber can try and get in and disrupt that, try and get some vision down so he can spot plays like this from Razork.
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that we talked about, and he's going to reveal himself there with the vision plant. So Blabber moving in towards mid. They're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, they're going to pull him out with the all-out. Humanoid taking so much damage, and that's just a solo kill. Blabber was there as a cheerleader.
It's clean from M&S, punishing the flash. I talked about it last game, how Cloud9 was so good at punishing missing flashes here. M&S says, I get the level advantage. I have the push. The HP doesn't matter because I'm going to all out and take you away from your tower. The 1v1 solo kill and a 17 CS lead as Cassante into this range matchup early.
And also pulling Razork from that top side as well means that they're not going to make the dive play because they don't have the members that they need. And now C9 get to fall down, get an early dragon, and still be able to contest this Rift Herald. That's a big swing for Cloud9.
Oh, Razork is going to be spotted here. M&S going to push him away from this pit. I think he should be all right. M&S doesn't exactly have the largest health bar to deal with. As now he's going to get taken down. Noah grabs that kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, in the end, as that flash was interesting, but it is not going to lead to a kill or anything like that. Sven, you're fine. And Fnatic just going to try and lick their wounds.
Yeah, Cloud9 going to be feeling pretty happy about it at the end of the day. It is a trade back, but they got the dragon on top. This is just great from M&S. He has the XP advantage, gets the push, W buffer into the ulti, over the wall. Everything hitting here. Just beautifully done from M&S, and Blabber was there to cover. And yes, they are able to eventually take down M&S as the Fnatic bot lane was moving up. Humanoid had arrived as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at this stage, you think maybe you can get in there as Trimby, get the knock-up before the crash down comes through from Sven, but Sven gets it down, and even the flash away from the Scout of the Week as well is crucial there to make sure that he's able to escape.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. You know, he would have probably got CC'd up and potentially died because he was dismounted. He wasn't going to have that remount for a while, so you are fairly slow on that. But the gold right back to even. Cloud9, though, with the early objective advantage, and we'll see if they can do anything with that. Bot lane, again, fairly quiet. It is a slight edge, though, for Noah this time around. So C9, you're not having as much freedom, I would say, in the 2v2 as they did last time.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's going to start playing a factor as you start to look towards Rift Herald, and even looking at this mid lane as well. Level 6 hit.
Ooh, nice fancy feat here from M&S, but is he going to be able to get out of this? Absolutely, the answer is yes. Blabber throwing down some rocks. He's going to find too much more. The flick going to go wide there as well.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the Q3 from M&S into the flick. They were trying to combo that together, but they saw Trimby coming, and then they started to back off because Fnatic was going to have the extra man.
The thing is that with Trimby showing on mid lane, he's actually going to fall behind him when it comes to the experience of Sven. So as Sven now starts to rotate up towards mid lane, he'll hit level 6 first. You can start to play for Rift Herald off that timing window. So Cloud9 again exploiting these little small moments from Fnatic to get these advantages.
All right, here towards the top side, Fudge still having some push advantage, of course. Renekton in this matchup. This is the time where he's feeling good. This is his moment. Of course, very early game, not quite there, but late game is going to be where Oscarinen is going to be feeling a whole lot better. So just going to have to bide his time. Wasn't as good at that in the first game, but it looks like he's learning from it right now.
Well, this is exactly what Cloud9 are looking for. They're going to go for a wraparound. They know that Counter-Strike's down for a little bit on Oscar, and now they're going to go for a 4-man dive.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall does come on through there. The Counter-Strike now on cooldown. The Magnus Storm comes in, doesn't get a whole lot of value, but I think they've got enough men up here, and they are going to be able to grab the kill. Underneath the turret, Razork coming on in here, but that is not something you can defend.
Yeah, I mean, if he tries to ult into that, maybe you kill Sven, but then you just die, so not worth it. It does mean, though, that Cloud9 had to pull off of the Herald, and now they're going to try to get a counterplay down on bot side. Berserker needs to leave, because Humanoid is coming, and I'm not sure Berserker realizes it. Time to give up this farm. Yeah, okay, there he goes.
Also,
play defensively, you like to see.
For Cloud9, they actually didn't get an opportunity to take the Rift Herald off the back of it because they pulled off and invested so much low health bars. So now Fnatic are actually going to be the ones back on the map to try and go for it. So at least Fnatic do get something, but this is nicely done by Cloud9. Ascurin knows that he's not going to be able to get away the second he sees Sven on that ward, so ends up kind of taking his pick of the litter. I think he shouldn't probably burn the flash, kind of just accepted his fate there a little bit, but now we got the contest.
Yep.
It is a bit of a 1v1 for the Shellfish. As the flick is not
Fnatic's
going to
faster,
land.
though.
Yeah,
Blabber has to flash.
Does just have to flash. Has to get out of there. And that is going to be a lot invested for nothing gained. Trimby clearing out vision here as well. Fnatic, it feels like they're revitalized moving into this one.
They're looking a lot better in this second game. It's 2 plates taken on bot side. Yes, you get that dive on top side, but it meant that Cloud9 didn't get the Herald. So there is Fnatic, fighting back much more heavily. And yes, Oscar still, honestly, even with that first blood, not doing that great in the 1v1. He is down the 50 CS because of that dive. They were kind of able to get Fudge back into a better spot. But he's still in a massively better position than he was last game, and he's going to scale really well into the side lane, where Fudge is going to have a lot of trouble.
I do think the next passage of play, though, is probably going to define a lot of this game, which is going to be the Dragon. You've got Rift Herald now up and available for Fnatic. They can try and play off of mid lane, where they can use the Herald, then start to lean in towards Dragon. They're already trying to set up vision in this bottom quadrant, this Cloud9, to try and deny a lot of that. So I think Cloud9 going to look to see if they can try and fight this off of what will be their initial mythics coming through, but it's still going to be very, very tough with how much control Fnatic can have with Trimby, Razork, and even a Humanoid Scout of the Week.
Absolutely. It's also, I've got to say, when I'm taking early Dragons, I feel pretty bad when I see Hextech into Infernal combo, because those are the souls that I'm usually hoping for, right? I do think that there's still some other great ones to get. If I'm not going to get those, I probably want Mountain against what Fnatic has, because they have a lot of upfront burst, especially, with the Syndra and these engage combos that are going to come through. So Mountain could potentially help you survive that, as they're going to look for M&S.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up. There is the CC combo. He's not going to die, but he will take a fair bit of his health bar in damage. Ulti held onto here by Humanoid.
And that's the nice thing about First Strike in these matchups. When you're playing up against a tank, you're like Asante, you're just farming gold off the guy, right? He has the early Leandries, he's getting that gold acceleration. Blabber here, looking for a potential anchor for the ulti to try to cut off Humanoid. There it is.
Yeah, it is going to come on through here. Trimby finds the grand entrance onto Sven, just trying to keep him in position. Razork over the wall. There is the Magnus Storm, but doesn't get a lot of value. The flick does come back from Blabber, but Sven's already dead. The all-out comes on through, and Razork's just out of there. Fnatic, they've just turned it around here in this early game this time.
I mean, Trimby tanking up the turret as Razork gets pulled underneath. It means that Razork doesn't actually take the terror shots. He's able to flag and drag, and now Fnatic turn over towards the Dragon. Big, big play for Fnatic.
Yeah, really close fight, though. Both Razork and Trimby getting out with really low HP. Cloud9 just can't finish off those kills, which really hurts because it means they lose the fight, they lose the objective after, and Fnatic in a much better position. Humanoid was trying to hold on to this flash as long as he possibly could because Trimby's just playing bodyguard. He's trying to delay Sven, but when Sven eventually does get in range there, he knows he has to flash back. But it does mean there's the immediate turnaround. Sven flashes out, but the ulti is there to finish, and then in comes M&S with the ulti pulling Razork back, but the Flag and Drag is back off cooldown. Trimby barely survives, Razork barely survives, and Fnatic get the Dragon. A huge win.
And it's so frustrating as well for C9 because the more you just barely miss out on these kills, the less of those opportunities that you have because you miss out on all of the extra gold, and that snowballs on top of itself, and then you get a difficult situation.
Well, and here's one thing I will say that does make it more difficult against this sort of comp as Trimby.
Going to be interrupted there. He's burning,
and
that is going to be Blabber picking that one up. So yeah, wasted flash.
That was such a late flash and going to be going down anyway. But one of the things that makes this difficult is that there's not that much damage in that kind of core 3 without Berserker. And if Berserker's not going to be joining the fights, well, they are low on damage. And now TP coming in to answer. Nice little bit of pressure there from Cloud9. They don't commit. They just back off as soon as the TP comes through.
Razork's here, though.
Oh, a little bit of trouble. Sven's going to be interrupted. Can't Hex Flash that one. That's another kill for Noah M&S. He has to flash over the wall. He will do so. That'll keep him alive. But that is more money for the Zeri, and we all know what that can lead to.
And this is the champion that Noah's felt confident on all year. When you think of Noah, it was the Aphelios when he first joined the league, but also this Zeri that he's looked fantastic on. Now, having that early 2 kills and getting a bit of control in this bot lane is going to be huge for the Fnatic AD carry.
I mean, it's massive for him, right? And he was kind of gifted those 2 kills. He's just been chilling bot lane, farming, able to kind of have the action come to him. Fudge in some trouble here.
Yeah, the Counter-Strike going to come through. Blabber is here just a little bit late, and that is going to be the solo kill. Some revenge here for Oscar as some rocks are flying his way. We'll see whether he's going to survive. They are put on the ground. There's the flash to follow. The threaded volley. He has the last one, and that is going to be the answering kill.
Nice job there by Blabber getting one back. Fudge really overplayed his hand. I think he was trying to look for a bit of a bait play there, but he underestimated the damage from Oscar. He gives over a freebie, and now Oscar in this champion that outscales in a really good spot. And you can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot that it's only Blabber with that gold advantage right now.
Well, M&S is looking to try and grab one for himself. Humanoid taking a bit of damage as the teleport is coming forward. Wasn't really necessary, but sometimes you want to drive home that you can get the kill.
I love how M&S needs spectators whenever he gets a solo kill. It's like, come on, just see what I can do. But on top side as well.
Oh, the interruption does come through here as Blabber's going to get ulted. Okay, can the fancy feet actually work out here is the question. The answer is no, but it looked kind of cool for a few moments. That's going to be the kill in answer there from Razzle.
It is a shutdown, but it does cost him a couple ults, and Blabber did actually secure the top lane tower. So Blabber is super rich right now. He already has his Rylai's done, so that's 2 items done before either the mid laner is even close to actually completing that. So Blabber is going to be the big carry here, the big hope for Cloud9. And M&S trying to defend the red buff because you can see the Cloud9 bot lane are coming out from base. They want to be here to support, and off of that bot lane kill, Fudge just stayed bot to push the bot lane tier 1, and it was M&S who backed.
And this is where flashes become so important for Cloud9, because if Fudge has flash to CC Humanoid, to CC Noah in a fight, even if you look at M&S, actually, Fudge may need to get on out of there.
He's all right.
I think that's where you're going to be able to set up for Blabber, right? And I think that's the big point to focus on is, can these big mega tanks in the front line get onto the back line and set up for Blabber to be that card?
Absolutely. And when Berserker joins, how effective is he going to be? Because Noah got these 2 kills. Noah's been accelerated. Him and Berserker have kind of been doing the same thing, just hanging out and farming, but some action came towards Noah. He was able to capitalize on it with those good collapses from Fnatic and got that gold injection. So he's not fighting from that big point of power that he was last game, Berserker, where he had that big gold lead.
Well, Fnatic a little bit late to this play as the second Rift Herald is going to be secured by C9. The game extraordinarily even. It is just the 1 extra turret, but the extra money that Fnatic have been able to pick up has certainly worked out for them.
And I've got to say, win or lose, the narratives around Blabber internationally need to die. This guy has really shown up at Worlds. I think he has played incredibly well for Cloud9, and he's well on his way to being, in my opinion, the best NA player ever. I think if he continues on this trajectory, that is going to be where we end up. He has been really stalwart for Cloud9, turning in another great performance last game, another great performance this game, was great against Mad, was competitive against LNG. This guy is a far cry away from that jungler where people would call him, oh, he's a coin flip jungler, he's going for the crabs, these kind of memes. He is so efficient, and he always keeps his farm really high while still having really high kill participation, which to me is just kind of like the mark of a really good jungler.
And also now he's got so much on his shoulders, right? He's playing the Talir, and Savan is now looking to try and help get the kill onto Oscar Innen. M&S up here is relatively low, but the Magnet Storm's going to come through, and M&S will cut down the Jax. That is going to be another kill going over to C9, trying to skew that one in their favor. They do manage to do so, as you were talking about souls that weren't necessarily the best. We do have one of those on the Rift, but Fnatic is going to collect it for themselves. 2-1 Drake advantage for them will be the result in trade for their top laner.
And I think that's what I like the call here from Cloud9. It's like, hey, do we really care about a second Chemtech Dragon going over? Not really. We have Rift Herald. Let's get the play on top side. Immediately use Rift Herald to blow open that second tower as well. And
yeah, that is going to be the charm landing onto Fudge. CC'd and dead. That is, a handbag.
That's just greed, man. He really wants to try to get that away. They're on the dragon. You see the dragon death call, and you're still not only staying to actually get the kill, but you're using your slice and dice to actually help to secure it. So there's no really anywhere for him to go. Cloud9 do get a tier 2 on the other side of the map, but Fnatic get the kill there. They get the dragon. They take the mid tier 1, and that's really kind of just off of a silly play from Fudge. He should have been there to potentially defend.
And again, you wouldn't have had that opportunity if you hadn't gone down. So now Fnatic, they'll have the chance to start pushing in mid, especially with the range advantage they have, and then start to lean in towards Vision. And I mean, Oscarinen trying to punish on this topside play, but Sven's in the area.
I mean, Oscar, I think, played it out pretty well. And this is why, some people may be saying, oh, Sven using his ulti, haha. He's actually waiting, because if you wait too long, Oscar's going to have Counter-Strike back, and then there's a potential for him to kill M&S, right? So I think you actually had to commit all the cooldowns to make sure you get this kill. Fudge warded out, obviously did not know it, but the Dragon is dead. You know they're in the area. You know they're going to be potentially looking over there. And it's just some greed there from Fudge. Wanted to get it, now going to be potentially dove here by Oscar.
Yeah, there is the counter-strike. That is going to get the stun. Great knock-off there from Razork, as well as the scat of the week is going to come in. Fudge keeping himself alive for so long, though. He does get stabbed in the end by a Q from the Jarvan, but have they overextended is the question. Another
Berserker!
Storm, as Berserker just dives in on top of Noah. He's out of the fight, but so is Blabber, who's been executed between his turrets. Fnatic now on the warpath, looking for M&S, who is running the wrong direction, and Noah is looking to try and come back and answer it. He is going to get engaged on, as M&S is trying to do some fancy stuff to get himself out of this, but it's not going to work, as Syndra says no, and Fnatic, they just win the fight. They grab 3 kills. Berserker is going to try and get this turret in answer.
M&S had nowhere to go. His tower is being knocked down by Skirnan as he's running for the hills, and Fnatic pick up 4 off the back of that play, and that was perfectly timed off of getting mid lane tower, dive into that top side with the vision you have, and there's nothing Fudge can do.
Yeah, I mean, Fudge, I think, played it about as well as he could. He lived for a really long time here. I started to get a bit nervous for Fnatic on the dive. The ulti comes up, and you think, okay, surely he's dead. But then, Gore Drinker heal, Q heal, surviving for quite some time. Blabber does arrive, and on the other side, we saw that it was Berserker diving in. Blabber flashing back, though, and Humanoid catches him with the scatter after, bursts him down, and then all of a sudden, because Sven and Berserker were going for Noah, they left the other members on their team kind of by themselves. They overcommitted to trying to kill off Noah. They couldn't even do it. You know, they forced out that E over the wall from Noah, but I want to see what happened with the ulti from Berserker, because Noah didn't even have to flash, and when we panned down, Noah was really far away. So what I think might have happened is that Berserker ulted while he was mid-slide across the wall, and then he got too far away from the other side. So probably a little bit too early of an ult from Berserker, but maybe worried about losing vision. Either way, had you just forced Noah out and then used that ulti to rejoin the fight on top side and Sven collapses up there, this could have been a very different story for Cloud9. So great punish, great aggressive play from Fnatic, but definitely I think a bit of a drop ball there from the C9 bot lane.
Well, Scat of the Week going to come through. Humanoid has just been fantastic. I mean, this whole series, to be honest, he was the ray of hope for Fnatic in game number 1, and is now just landing all of these scatters. Another one going to be missed there, but of course, M&S has to dodge to get himself out of the way.
And the other thing worth mentioning is this is not the old Syndra, right? Syndra scales up, you farm those splinters, you get to 100, you really do have a powerful late game here. The lone kind of weakness is your lack of mobility, so it's going to be up to Cloud9 to try to pile in on top and then punish that.
And that's why I like the Cosmic Drive second here. I mean, you hit 3 of your spells, you're going to get that movement speed, gives you the opportunity to try and run yourself out of Blabbers, knockups, try and get away from Fudge. It actually gives you a huge amount of opportunities to try and avoid what Cloud9 want to do, and as long as you do that, I mean, as Skirnan down in this side lane, he's an absolute monster. 2 items compared to the 1 of Fudge. He'll start to work his way through these towers, and Fnatic, having that mid lane tower down, are now looking to maybe punish Fudge again.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of just pressuring him off of this, as Trimby...
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of options. Has to use the quickness for the extra movement speed to get himself out of the way. So that is a decent cooldown that C9 have picked up. But they lose their inner turret, and that is more money going to Fnatic.
They're maybe starting Baron. They're actually pinging towards it. They're just going to start this up. They know that Fnatic was fully on bot side. I don't know that they can kill this fast enough, though. I don't think this is going to work. There's no one even tanking it for Blabber right now. And
double TP is going to be available. There is no vision. As I think this might just be a Hail Mary. Let's see what can happen. Is the turn going to come through from C9? And instead, they're just going to get themselves out of here if they can. Sven trying to do what he can to keep them away as he dives in. There's the Magnus Storm, but where's the follow-up? The rest of C9 looking to move on over, and that is the Baron secured by Fnatic. Thanks for the leash, I guess, as Noah is looking for even more. Blabber's going to go down. M&S might be able to get one, but the answer is no, because there's a Mega Blast Cone down there to keep the Jacks alive, and now it is a disaster for C9. The Crocodile goes down once again, and Razork just needs 1 Q or a smite to take down the kill onto Berserker. That went from bad to real bad real fast.
This worked for Cloud9 against Mad Lions, and they were like, hang on, maybe we can pull it again against the EU team, but it's not the case. Fnatic come into the area quick, and they punish C9 fast.
Yeah, I thought that C9 was just going to try to get a Fnatic TP and then just back off, right? I thought that's all they were going to be looking for, but they tried to actually set this up. Sven goes in for the re-engage, but the Baron has just been leashed for Fnatic. Sven, sure, it's a multi-man engage, but no one's there to follow up. Blabber and Berserker are not in range whatsoever. They try to file in here to get there, and they just get hard engaged on. So this is an absolute disaster from Cloud9. I didn't feel like the game was in that desperate of a spot, and now Blabber's just going to get one shot.
That's there's a lot of power to unleash there, and you saw Blabber wasn't able to handle it, and it's just going to be a quick pick-off there for Humanoid, who is just running away with this game.
It's donezo. I mean, you're so strong here as Humanoid. 7 kills now, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And again, you don't really have the opportunity to try and play outside lanes, or as Cloud9 try and have like some big wombo combo to bring you back into this, right? You were reliant on Blabber being that damage dealer, having the setup from Cloud9. But with Fnatic having control of the map, finding those moments is so difficult, especially when you're going to start seeing Fnatic taking over now.
And I guess that was Cloud9's read, right? Because they couldn't have thought that that was like a smart play to make, right? I do think that their read must have been, we are just going to lose this game slowly through side lanes. We can't actually do anything about this Jax. Time to flip it. And if their read is the game's over, then sure, but...
Whoa, they're diving in. Berserker is in a whole host of trouble, but he ults to get himself out of the way, and Razok is just going to die. C9 just pick up the kill. A little bit overly aggressive there in the enemy base.
I mean, a mistake there from Razork and Trimby, but actually might cost them more here.
Oh, the flank angle here from M&S as well, as Humanoid is going to get picked out of position. The all-out comes through. The flick will be available, and there's some revenge for Blabber. C9 grabbing 2 picks back-to-back, and they might be back in some form of control.
Both shutdowns there. I'm not going to say control. They're still down 6K. The Baron's still on 3.
That's why I went with the some form of.
Some form.
You know, there's a little bit
form
of
control where you have no control.
Yeah, the control where you have 5 people, they have 3 for the next little while.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it happened in the last game where Fnatic got 1 or 2. It kind of started to come back, but
here's the thing. I think that the compositions are so different,
exactly,
right? I believed in the Orianna more because Humanoid was playing so well, and he was on a pick that I think A, had great wave clear, and B, had really huge team fight impact. I'm just struggling to see who is it going to be that can kind of get this across the finish line. It would have to be a comedy of errors from Fnatic, because really, as I said, if Kai'Sa's not playing from ahead, it's difficult to ever even enter the fights.
And this is why I want to go back to your point about the Baron, because I actually do think for Cloud9, if you actually had Fnatic full resetting like we saw against Mad Lions, where Mad Lions got Dragon, reset, and Cloud9 suddenly get Baron, suddenly turn the game around, that could have been their moment. So I actually like the Baron call from Cloud9. As you say, I think it's a case of, at this stage, even with picks like this, I don't really see a way for Cloud9 to try and bring themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, right? So, you know, you always have to keep in mind what the player's evaluation is in the game state, and if you think the game's already lost, then any play with some small chance is going to be better than doing that. And I mean, look at the total damage done here. It has just been Humanoid just poking away at M&S all lane long, farming so much gold with the first strike, and he's in a great spot. And C9 got nothing to do but look for plays. We'll see if they can find one here. Yeah,
Oscar is going to use that counter-strike, try and keep himself up, is able to leap strike towards the ward to get out of the flick, and he'll be A-OK. Oh, Jax things. Absolutely fantastic. He's going to be fine. And Fnatic now look to move into the enemy jungle here towards his top side. 4-man strong, as Razok is going to pull himself over to his flag. Now look to open up the base of C9. They're fresh off a bit of a back here, though, so they might be able to get it. Yeah, exactly right. Teleport to come through from Fudge. Here's the last-ditch effort as they dive in. Magnetstorm is decent. They know exactly who their target is. Flash now down onto Humanoid, but Noah is the one popping off. They managed to get the Syndra, but can they actually win the fight is the question. Trimby going to try to get locked down, but it's Noah that's the one that needs to be under control, and it's not going to happen. Fnatic just roll over the top. It's a double kill for Razok in the end. And Fnatic are done with this game, I think. I think they're going to look to end it here.
There's low health bars, but big smiles for Fnatic as they'll take down the inhibitor and take us to the game 3.
And Fnatic had so much extra control early. They are going to be able to take these Nexus turrets down and with momentum move towards the game number 3. For C9 fans, though, they can move.
Anne dreams of a better future, but that means more schooling. And her life is
still going to be banned, so that will leave open the Renekton, which was the difference maker from the game number 1 draft into this one when it comes back.
I think the Poppy's a really smart ban, because if you're expecting this to be, you know, a Zyban or whatever, then you can do set 20 plus Jax or set 20 plus Renekton, and there's not really a good answer for Oscar, so the top side becomes very hard. If you ban Xayah, they get Rumble. If you ban Rumble, they get Xayah, right? And then I think Cloud9 is really set up well, so they're going to try to do a trade of OPs for OPs, so I actually think this is really smart. I still think it's going to be likely a Rumble, but it could be a Xayah. And your hope now is, okay, if you're thinking there's 3 OPs up, well, you do a 1-for-2 trade.
I think you take the Xayah, because, I mean,
I
the
think so
last
too.
draft, Fnatic showed, hey, we already showed our hand. We don't really want to take the Rumble, so now they are going to pick the Rumble. They'll take the Jarvan outside it, but it's like, how comfortable are they actually on this pick if they weren't really picking up blue side?
And Cloud9 is going to set 20 plus Jax. They're going to set 20 Jax, and then you have to be able to win this 2v2, right? And I do think Rumble can absolutely win that 2v2 alongside the Jarvan. It's execution-based, of course, but you have the Ignite advantage. But so much already, I think, is going to come down to these top lane picks. And this, I feel like, is showing, the kind of issues I think that Noah has with some of his champions. He's worried about these getting banned out, so he's going to pick this early, but this does expose Humanoid even more to more bans getting thrown at him. But it is a really interesting adaptation here from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think if you're Cloud9, ban Nico, ban Syndra, you're like, okay, cool, there's 2 very big follow-ups for what this is, setup is already there. And then you're kind of like, okay, well, what's he have in the tank then, Humanoid? I mean, that's so much that's already gone from the mid lane pool, but as you say for M&S, he still has a lot of fallbacks when it comes forward as well. I was going to say some of these more melee mids and they're already being taken.
I mean, you look at M&S's champion pool for the year, that guy plays a lot of different stuff. Like, he is not concerned, I think, really about bans going towards him. I would consider just throwing bans, keep throwing more bans towards Humanoid, ban out the Syndra, just keep throwing bans at him. I think it makes a lot of sense to really try to limit that because M&S I think is comfortable, playing a lot of different stuff. And it's not that Humanoid is not flexible. I think that he is, but Humanoid has just been the best player for Fnatic by far, in my opinion. So I think you limit his power as much as you possibly can in this game. If they leave Syndra up, it feels like you're daring him to pick Syndra, and then you have to give M&S the credit that he has a good answer that he's kind of waiting for with it. And it could just be Cassante again.
It's certainly good. I really like the Permafrost banning away here just because Yone does have a lot of extra magic damage. The Akali, obviously, a magic damage assassin. And so now the Sejuani value in the mid lane may not necessarily mirror that of top side. You don't necessarily need to play towards it, but that is going to be the Renata banned away from Trimby. So going into his champion pool a little bit deeper, but there's a Nautilus, so he may as well just lock that one away.
But that's showcasing the Cloud9 want to go full dive, right? If you're going to pick full dive here and you're worried about that Renata, like Renata is so good as an answer into this. Of course, you're still getting a really high tier pick here. It is going to be 5th pick for Humanoid. So MS could go Syndra. What do you think Humanoid would go in that case?
And that's actually, because I was even looking there, I would like to say something like a Nico or something along those lines, but actually looking, he's only played 1 game all year long on the Nico, and it was a loss. So, and it's not something that I'd usually associate with Humanoid, it would more be like the caps and that kind of stuff that I associate with. So I am curious. I think Nico is perfect in this scenario if people are looking to dive on you, but I don't know, is the honest answer.
Yeah, and I will say, if MS does go Syndra, then top side is kind of like countered by Merc Treads. So maybe they're too nervous about that, and then in which case they could go towards like a Jace or something physical damage in that line.
Maybe, I think it would probably be the Jace. I mean, Humanoid has been a fantastic Jace, and you got the AP already there.
Humanoid just go Syndra, right? And then I feel like you're feeling pretty darn good because Bazork then has good lanes to gank at both mid and top. I feel like Fnatic would have some pretty good positions. This would be much more of like a throwback to M&S when he first came into the LCS. This is a pick that everyone was terrified about him on. It was really considered that must ban. Of course, LeBlanc has been nerfed so many times now, it has been really kind of pushed down.
Whoa.
This would be interesting. These are toughers. I think it's going to be Syndra. That's my expectation at least.
Yeah, I think the Syndra, but it's still not the best matchup. Into the LeBlanc, she can still do enough in that matchup. Sylas could be a pick here. Actually, yeah.
Okay.
I like the Sylas.
It's Alistar,
for against the Alistar, LeBlanc can have some push, but she's not really able to shove you out of lane, especially since we've seen a lot of Sylas like Start, Doran's Ring, Quick Reset, or Doran's Shield as well, and then you're just very difficult to try and push out of lane. So I think in that scenario, you have access to a ton of great ultimates, and also you're able to play in towards this heavy skirmish, and when C9 diving on top of you, that's where you can get a lot of value as well.
Yeah, but Humanoid definitely is going to have the ability to carry this game. You're on that Sylas, you have good jungle pairings, you have the Alistar ult to steal. I think that and the Sejuani are kind of the premier ults that you're really looking for, but mostly just they got Jax. To take TP, he is not playing Ignite, so
losing points with on the Huni scale.
He is going to be playing a much less aggressive. I will say this is more measured. If it goes bad, it's not going to go as bad. And if you don't think that you can win the 2v2 against the Sejuani Jax, this is just the objectively correct choice. But what I will say is your kill pressure is way lower against the Jax in the 1v1. And this does mean if C9 can do well on the top side, get Fudge into a good position, I feel like you can get much more quickly to that point where you can just straight up win out in the side lanes.
Yeah, especially when you've already got Humanoid, who in theory in this matchup should be shoved in, opening up M&S to start to look for these roams. So I think Razork is definitely going to have his work cut out here to try and disrupt that Cloud9 play.
I think the 3v3 on the top side of the map is where my mind is going to go.
That's the whole series, no?
It's been the whole series, and that's what I'm looking out for now, as Blabber is going to close in on Humanoid, and he's just going to dash away. Sometimes you just want to abscond from the whole situation, and Sylas is pretty good at it. No.
In this case.
No, not in this case. That would be a silly choice. Fnatic now going to start off on their blue side. Blabber a little bit more lonely, doing exactly the same thing. And, oh man, I can't help but want the camera to just be in top lane the entire time, just to see who is going to be able to get that early advantage.
Get, like the first-person POV, where they're just like zoomed in on the character.
Yeah.
Really experience what it's like.
First person. I want to see first-person view.
Exactly.
Just stick up the health bars. Let's just make it a fighting game. To be honest.
Ready, fight.
And we don't quite have Rumble and Jax in the fighting game yet, but maybe they'll get there in the future.
Maybe they just haven't told us.
Hey, that's true. Maybe we're doing spoilers by accident without actually knowing anything.
That's not a spoiler. That's just a beautiful prediction.
Hey, there it is. That's all of my
I can't
things
get
that I've
fired for
spoiled.
predicting something.
Yeah, I know that's true. Otherwise, I would have been fired long, long ago.
Same.
for things like my Brion predictions and certain Humble Life Esports predictions, is now Fudge. Going in onto Oscarinen, and that is going to be a decent trade. Probably the best you can hope for as the Jax at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, Jax in the early levels, you can get the push. You know, you're trying to look for that bounce.
Feels good.
Yep.
Not as good.
No.
But you get a two-man pulverize. You're going to walk away from the situation with not very much health bar, feeling great.
And then you just say your teammate with, where's the follow-up?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
guys.
Question mark ping him.
Yeah.
Like, you're good.
Yeah, that's the best way to keep up morale. In a
I
tight
think you
series
ping your
like this.
jungler in that case, because you want to keep up morale within the 2v2,
No jungle?
right?
Jungle AFK farming? 6 camp clear?
I just hit a two-man pole. Where were you?
I will say, though, I like that Sven is now taking that opportunity to actually go in and roam. All right, get that ward down so they can spot out exactly what the plan is from Razork, because they didn't have a huge amount of information. Now, Razork on that top side, but the wave's in a terrible spot for Fudge.
Yeah,
he's
let's
going to have to
see.
back away.
It's bouncing. Honestly, it's totally fine. He should just back up. The wave is going to come to him, so he does not need to walk up. There's no reason for him to ever walk up, and honestly, he should not even be playing that close to that
Oh,
rush.
no, the flag is going to come down. That
knew.
is the E button, and Fudge is going to be A-OK.
Yeah, that was honestly pretty well done from Fudge. He's playing right on the range there. If Razork flashed for it, he gets knocked up, but I still think you're going to be okay in that situation because he got the E down so early that there's not going to be a lot of follow-up damage. So credit to Fudge, playing that line well. He had the wave bounce, so he was honestly in a totally fine position. MNS going to be having push here in mid. The question is just how much pressure can he keep on? Can he keep Humanoid kind of locked in lane here? And also, how much gold can he get with this first strike? Because I do think it's going to be a lot harder for Humanoid to kind of get value of that, in this melee versus range. Obviously, it scales really, really well. It's not just an early game rune. Of course, it's actually much more of a late game rune. But it does still feel really nice to get those early item completions when you're able to constantly proc it in lane.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, though, kind of what we were talking about with Humanoid, where he goes back. He started off with the Doran's shield. You go back at Doran's ring, so you're not going to run out of mana. And at that stage, you kind of have your Q spam, because you'll have 3 levels in your Q. So you'll be in perfectly fine shape now as Humanoid to just try and manage the early lane state. And try and, as you say, scale to that later point off of 2 items where, honestly, the entirety of Fnatic, apart from Noah, comes alive.
Well, chains are going to go slightly wide, and M&S is going to pop the Sigil of Malice. Going to be a decent trade there as Blabber is taking his Grump on full vision of Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. MNS basically got stopped on his base. Humanoid warded over the wall, interrupted him, so then MNS just went out. And you're just spending your health bar to get a little bit of a trade before you go back to base, and then you TP back. And then he's hoping that he could maybe hold that wave off the turret to deny Humanoid from going back and kind of create that HP advantage that way. We'll see if he's going to be able to get that base timing, though, because MNS got delayed on his base again, which is kind of putting him in this awkward spot where now he has to stay around for another wave. And sometimes you can kind of get awkwardly locked in the lane a lot longer than you would like to be.
Yeah, Humanoid not going to find the chain there, decides not to go in as M&S is in a whole host of trouble. There is the Arctic Assault to come through from Blabber, and that is going to get the flash out from Humanoid. Nicely played, but right on the edge there from C9.
Right on the edge, but this is brilliant if you can actually get back, TP back, because now there's no flash, there's no TP on Humanoid, and he's lower on resources here, and it's going to be M&S coming back with both summoners. Well, his flash up, he's going to spend the TP, and a full health bar and mana bar.
Yeah, even picking up the blasting wand off the back of a Dark Seal, he's going to be doing a lot of damage when he comes back into this lane. And you can see, even though you're picking up the bits and bobs for Humanoid, you are delayed on hitting things like the Lost Chapter, where you can actually start to trade effectively. So M&S going to be in a great spot. You've already got Sven. We've seen him gank this top side a lot with Blabber, and Oscarinen isn't ready for this.
Yeah, there are a lot of people up here as the equalizer comes down. Oscarinen, I think, knows that he's going to struggle in this one, decides to get as much damage onto Fudge as he can, and he's running back towards the enemy turret. There's the permafrost, there's the pulverize, and there goes first blood for Fudge.
That's massive for Fudge, and that kind of is a little bit of that ignite, that you're missing, where you can't pressure for that kill, right? So he drops the equalizer, he uses his damage, he doesn't have that total amount of damage that he needs to actually go for a kill, so he just has to look for the run, and now M&S trying to harass Razork here.
Yeah, getting a bit frustrating, but he's just going to go back to his distortion. Ward goes in, and I think Fnatic should be able to collect this first dragon.
I will say, I think it was a little bit greedy from Oscarinen, though, like trying to stay underneath the tower, pressure with the flame spitter when you already have your jungler on bottom side, 0 vision on that top end. Like, there was no reason for you to try and be up that far in lane. You had already crashed it. So, I mean, nice punishment from C9, but Oscarinen should never have been in that position.
Exactly, and we saw Fudge in that position earlier in the game where he played with respect to it. He didn't walk up to the wave. You have to kind of balance it, though. That is one of the problems with Rumble, is that Rumble has to kind of be harassing and be aggressive into this matchup, because if you just farm even against the Jax and you play too passive, well, the Jax just kind of outskills you by default. So you have to really walk that line well, and it means that you have to really track the enemy jungler well, track the enemy support well, to know when you are in trouble.
Yeah, the real thing is you can use information so much better as the Rumble. But if you don't have it, then it's hard to know exactly when you're supposed to, press your buttons and actually get those leads. Because if you don't, like you say, you're just going to sit there and let Jax be Jax. So it is going to be a lot of the initiative. Like, Fnatic is the one that needs to be making the early plays towards the top side of the map. But they do still have a whole bunch of scaling options elsewhere, right? So you don't necessarily need to feel as pressured. Fudge still should be that win condition for C9 if they need him in the later stages of the game.
And he'll be set up really well for success in the side lanes, because if you pick up a bit of MR, who's going to answer you in the side lane? Humanoid or Oscar, right? So you're going to be set up well for that success in the side lane if they want to play heavily towards it. And Blabber just heading right back up there. If Oscar oversteps, this could be another kill. And Blabber could even just go for the wraparound. They have a track on that ward, potentially. So he's just going to be starting up the Herald. You can see Razork coming down. Mid lane is kind of in parity right now, so this is maybe a little bit of a risky take. We'll see, though, if Cloud9's pressure in mid is enough to grab it.
Yeah, flag is going to be in there, but it looks like Razork does not want to head over here, understanding that he needs to relinquish control of this top side. And that is going to be C9, getting the first topside objective in trade for the Dragon that Fnatic already picked up. Nothing really in it as far as advantage for either team, though. Just a lot of these micro leads, and of course First Blood going to C9, but anything could still happen in this game.
You have to say, though, it's a 1K gold lead, and they haven't dropped their Herald. So I think they're in a pretty good spot, and they're looking for a dive.
Now the two-man pole is going to come through. There's the crash down, but it's the Featherstorm that's going to answer, and Sven is the one that locks down that kill, and now Noah, can he answer back? He's got red-white guns, but Berserker's feeling good, and that is going to be the tanking done so beautifully from Sven as well to make sure the Berserker's all right. They get a plate off the back of it.
And that's the power of the Alistar hitting 6. You got that push, you hit level 6 off the wave, and immediately dive.
Top.
Oh dear, level 7 here for Blabber as the equalizer comes down. C9 can move out of the way of it if they would like to, as now Fudge dives in. Razork is going to go the opposite direction, though. The permafrost not quite in range as Blabber does find it. The fade away with the ultimate, and Oscarina just has to let his jungler die.
I mean, Razork just went way too far. He gave away a freebie there, as Cloud9 was just instantly disengaging when they saw that Razork shows up, and the equalizer gets dropped. And if you don't have a high-value equalizer, there's no damage there. And Berserker looking.
Yep, there's a an Alistar in pajamas that was lying on the ground. So something happened there. We'll probably check that one out in a replay. Just Noah answering. And Berserker is just going to look to hold on to this wave. So not the most massive of advantages.
I do agree with Azael, though, going back to that top lane play. I mean, you get complete discoordination on the ultimates coming through from Oscarina and Razork, so that's the turnaround that C9 needed. And once you're able to focus down one of these members, you're in a good spot. But we're going to get this play on the bottom side to see exactly what's... Oh, this is actually the initial
the
dive.
first one, right? Yeah.
Level 6 hit up by the bot lane of C9. You don't have level 6 on Trimby to try and disengage from this. And that ultimate, you get so much value from the Alistar. Level 6 on Trimby to try and disengage. Yeah. Level 6 hit up by the bot lane of C9. You don't have level 6 on Trimby to try and disengage from this. And that ultimate, you get so much value from the Alistar. And I think this is the downside for not trying to play away from Rift Herald. And then here on the top side play, like, that ult is hitting nobody, Oscarina. It barely even hits the wave. And then you have Razork who's able to ult in. And then at that stage, Cloud9, it's an easy turnaround. It's Sven one more.
All right, he is probably... Oh, never mind. He gets into the fog of war. The ward goes down. Blabber, can you keep your support alive? And I think he can. Although he may not be able to keep himself alive as the flash is going to whiff. Not able to get over that wall, and now Blabber's just going to have to give up the ghost.
Yikes, 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 my eyes. That was not it from Blabber, who did a good job actually, warding them away, but then ends up dying for it. And now Berserker's going to lose the wave as well. So that is pretty rough. But Fnatic, moving heavily down towards that bot side, they do get a kill.
All I'm saying is that's what happens when Azael talks smack. I'm just saying, it just hits him back straight away.
Oh, no.
But yeah, I mean, Sven tries to get the ward in the bush. Immediate Trimby already there. Hex flashes out, gets the setup with Humanoid. And a nice roam from Humanoid there to find that opportunity on the bot side, especially with Razork now moving down to clear out his bot camps. You've got the numbers advantage. MNS is still in the middle.
And this just got a little bit dicey there. And this is that thing where Trimby flipped him away from the wall, and that actually changed the distance that Blabber would have needed. So Blabber, needed to be patient, walk all the way back to the wall. He was against it, so I think he thought because of that position he would have been able to flash out. And I think just didn't catch that he actually got flipped off that wall a little bit there. But a bit of a rough one from Blabber, great roam from Humanoid, and great use of that Sejuani ult to steal that away and get themselves a kill, plus the free flash. So Fnatic in a good spot, but Cloud9 hovering here around that bot side.
Yeah, there is the Glacial Prison just going to get thrown away. I really do like the question mark thrown up by Sven. Not so much the second one. But there is the Herald going to be thrown down. Berserker should be able to get some money from that one as well as Equalizer comes on down here on this top side. Fudge just trying to get himself out of the way of the situation, and he will be able to do so. The Merc Treads working out here as Noah trying to stun up MNFs just a little bit, and does manage to get his Crescendo, but Distortion, pretty good ability, and that's going to get MNS out of trouble. Blabber not going to get knocked up, but there is the Cataclysm to trap in the Piggy. Sven wants to try and find a way to make this one happen as Noah finds an ultimate. There goes Blabber, and Sven, he doesn't have the Sejuani to keep him alive. A 4-man Pulverize to celebrate the ending of Sven here in this moment.
I mean, Fnatic had just won mid lane off of Noah's play, and then you get Blabber and Sven going, hey, I'm going to wander up the river, and it gives that opportunity for Fnatic to collapse. You don't have the manpower there for Cloud9, and Fnatic find that great pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Blabber and Sven getting pretty sloppy in these last couple of minutes here, causing them to lose a fair bit on this bot side. And as soon as that TP came back down towards bot lane from Oscar, Berserker could never enter, right? Because he'd just be walking into a flank there from the Rumble. It would never be worth the play. As you say, MNS is pushed out. You can't be in the river in that position. Fudge, though, going a little bit aggressive, but has to be respectful because Humanoid is really strong, has those early 2 kills.
Yeah, he's ulted as well, Fudge.
Fudge could be
Get
dead.
There's
There's
no
no
his own
flash.
medicine. Yeah, he decides to dive back in, as we can see. But Humanoid doesn't want it. A little bit too dark on the rest of the map, and so Fudge not going to be baiting him in to this one.
I like the idea from Cloud9, though. Again, it's like, hey, look, we've just lost out on bot side. Let's try and rotate members up the top side and see if we can get some to a Fudge. Sven's still here, and Humanoid doesn't realize it.
Yeah, Humanoid going to dive forward. The Everfrost is decent, but the Counter-Strike is a little bit better. Never mind, Pulverize is going to come through, and now Trimby is going to make his way up. There's the flash forward! Finds the crash down onto Sven, and once again, he's a cow with a dream, but this time, he does have his flash, so he gets out alive.
The chains from Humanoid were massive there. They locked up Fudge just long enough where Humanoid was able to escape and not get caught. Now Sven is caught, though.
Oh dear, Sven does find a decent Pulverize there to try and keep himself alive, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Humanoid was tanking up the turret, now Blabber's looking for him. The Everfrost is decent, but the Glacial Prison is better. Kingslayer keeps Humanoid alive, and now Razork's looking for Sven, who just headbutts him away. The Cataclysm comes in, and he's walking circles literally around him, and now MNS wants to finish this one off. He's got a Magnet Storm to contend with, but some low health bars on Fnatic means this one is all coming up C9. Humanoid gets himself a Feather Storm in the nick of time, but the Q comes in. Berserker, he really wants this, but it's Blabber that's going to be the one to help lock it down. They do manage to take it. It costs an ult, but C9 will pay that.
Fnatic going way too deep on that one. Thought they could kind of style on Cloud9, and it ended up going bad for them, but at least they are pushing in mid, they are pushing in bot, so they can maybe get something back here, but it's Fudge coming down to answer.
Yeah, and in the lane economy snapshot from MasterCard, you can see bottom side of the map, Noah is actually pretty huge, but it's the top lane once again, and Fudge is going to flash on top of Oscar, and then he gets stunned up by the Counter-Strike, but he might be able to get out with that Scrap Shield, but in comes the cow! There's the taxi forward, but he doesn't have flash, remember, so can't actually get on top of Oscar in him, but they get the flash. That's probably enough.
They get the flash, and they get the Herald, and now Humanoid TP down here. Noah on the roam, but Cloud9 should just back it up. They know that their jungler's topside. They did get Herald, so you take this as a win. You traded flashes, and you got to just try to back it up.
Sven's emote game has been fantastic, even though it's been the one emote, but there's the equalizer. The Moonlight Vigil does fly down as Trimby looks to stun up the cow, and they do manage to get him. Some low health bars, but not enough for C9 to answer.
Yeah, but they're going to push mid, and we'll have to see what Cloud9 can get. They're at least going to get the one tower, very likely, or at least it'll be put really low, so that one does go down. But the worry here for Cloud9 is the 2 dragons relatively early on taken by Fnatic. It's not the fastest soul, but it would be an infernal soul, which is always terrifying. And the fact that Noah, it feels like for one of the first times, is really in kind of that big, comfortable position. I feel like this is his best game state that he's had throughout Worlds thus far. He could really carry this game.
Yeah, I think as well, if you can have Fnatic able to match a lot of these plays that Cloud9 are trying to make to get control back, that's going to help out massively. I mean, Humanoid matching the roam here from Sven, you get the flash from the Jax to try and keep him safe, and they're able to turn this one around nicely. And as you say, with Noah, yes, he does have a gold lead, but he's still waiting for like an item and a half realistically before he becomes the big AD carry. Whereas I think when you look at like Berserker is in a spot where he's still going to be a little bit more relevant just because of the champions that you're playing.
Yeah, and Cloud9's still going to be trying to play heavily through those side lanes, but we'll see how Fudge can do, because Humanoid has seemed more than equal to the task as far as answering him in those side lanes. I'm interested to see where Fudge does build. Does he build more towards the 5v5, or does he start picking up some MR and trying to play heavily through sides, right? Because the MR is going to be really effective. He wants to commit to those side lanes. But at the end of the day, if it's a game that's going to be decided in 5v5, you're still going to have to deal with all of the punishment that's going to come through from Noah.
And I think you kind of have to accept that, hey, look, we're going to need to team fight. Fnatic have the tempo advantage at this stage. They've gotten the positional, are the wards that they want to try and play for the next Dragon, try and play for mid lane turret, even if they want to forgo Dragon. So I think as Fudge, you have to play for team fights because that's where this game's going to be decided.
And I agree. I mean, C9 tried to play, for those early Heralds, and you're supposed to be trading objectives for gold, right? And that the idea is that you come to this third Dragon fight with a significant gold lead, and then you're in that winning spot. You take the fight, you win the fight, you get the Dragon, all of a sudden the other team is in kind of a really hard spot. But the gold lead is nothing, right? The gold it may as well just be dead even. When you add in the combat stats from what Fnatic has on their Dragons, I would say they're maybe even slightly in the lead, or at the very least very, very close. So it's really going to be down to the execution here. If Fnatic gets this third one, it could be problems.
They do have control of the vision, though, and Razork is going to figure that one out. Takes 2/3 of his health bar in trade and now has to go for a reset. And there are a lot of things that give advantages. You're talking about the amount of stats that you have. That's very important, but vision is also very important. And it's C9 that has a lot of it around this very important Dragon.
And that's why I thought Fnatic were going to give it up. Maybe try and play for mid into a top side, get 2 towers, but you've got the reset that was actually cancelled on Osgurnan. He wanted to reset to try and then make a TP play in towards this objective, but Fudge actually stops him on the top side.
Yeah, he's fighting him as well, as we could see on the minimap, but is going to pull away.
Razork's back, though, so, the chunk didn't end up mattering. They're pushing out through mid, but Fnatic are just going to start this very likely. And we'll see if Fudge can actually get down here, because there's the base from Osgurnan way before Fudge. Fudge is going to cancel his base. He's pushing top, but I don't think this is the right choice. I mean, Osgurnan's just going to TP for this, and you're just giving up soul point for free.
Yeah, teleport onto this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. The Equalizer is now making its way into the fight as M&S gets over that wall. The Drake is going down low, but Humanoid now going for the engage. The Equalizer is decent, but it's not onto Berserker, who's now trying to kite back. The Drake goes down, but can they actually stay alive in the fight? As Humanoid, he flashes away, but the execution's there from M&S.
They need more.
And now C9, yeah, you're exactly right. They're going to have to go for it as the Magnus Storm is massive! Trimby's going to try and take them down. Is now Osgurnan in that backline with the Flame Spinner just burning them all down, but it's Berserker that's trying to get more. Noah now able to get those shots in. It's a bit of a disaster, but in the end, it's all Fnatic. And Berserker's just trying to get that one last kill, and Noah says no.
They couldn't get Noah, and that might be the end of the C9 arc at Worlds 2023. What a fight from the Fnatic AD carry, who's been doubted for so long at this tournament.
I mean, Cloud9 just showed up way too late to this. The fact that Fudge cancels his base, by the time they arrive, they can't even really fight for the Dragon. Imagine if Fudge is here this early. Humanoid going forward would be punished so much more heavily. But instead, the Dragon goes over pretty much for free. Humanoid gets put low. Cloud9, no, they need so much more from this fight. They need to try to funnel in, and that's where Trimby finds this angle. Razork goes in, Trimby goes in. Berserker is free firing, but that ulti from Noah, the AoE was massive, and then Fudge flashes in the backline, but he's Oom. He didn't get to base. He's out of mana, couldn't actually push forward to try to get the kill on Noah.
Also, the fact that Razork doesn't actually stick around in the Cataclysm. He pieces out, which means you've still got peel for Noah at the back end of this fight, and then you're able to follow through with the damage Osgurnan has on this Rumble. Really well orchestrated fight, and Fnatic want more.
Yep, the first big win here in this game goes to Fnatic, but the game is not over yet. They do have Infernal Soul, which is so important. Sven also doesn't have a whole lot of his health bar, does get a decent shield, but the will not quite as unbreakable as you might assume. And like you say, now 4 versus 5 in favor of Fnatic. They can head towards Baron.
There's no TP. Fudge has to run. I think that C9 have really bungled this. They totally failed their setup at that third Dragon. Now I think Fnatic get a free Baron. I think this is it.
Blabber's looking to try and get in there. If he can get that Miracle Steal, then there is going to be an opportunity, but he is going to get Magnus Storm. They are looking for the Baron. It's a lot of damage down, though, as Berserker is free hitting 2 kills. Already the Equalizer does next to nothing, and that's going to be 3 in trade for the Baron. They're going to need to try and get out of here, and they're going to have to try and get out fast, and they are going to be able to do so with the empowered backs.
I mean, it's a fumble from Fnatic. They don't actually get the play set up. A terrible ult from Osgurnan, and two members getting out with Baron. You can already see the Red Bull Baron power play. That's not what Fnatic wanted off the back of that. That should have been a clean take, but they dropped the ball.
Yeah, they really did, and it does give an opportunity now for Cloud9, who picks up a couple kills. They may be able to clear off some towers off the map as well to kind of scrape that back and try to set up a better fight at this 4th Dragon. And Fnatic go very far. They do get this kill on Sven, and it's because they knew that Fudge is bot, and they know that Berserker's not there as well, so there's not really any threat. But then the setup here, Trimby goes forward, Humanoid goes forward, the rest of them are actually hitting, but Berserker is free firing, and this is the main problem, is that you've sent half your team forward, half your team is actually still finishing. Oscarin whiffs his ult, Noah whiffs his ult, and Fnatic, don't really coordinate on either a turn or a finish.
And that was what I was talking about, the 280 carries, and Noah might actually still be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, M&S looking to chain him up. It's a lot of damage being offered back as Noah is, just going to make sure that M&S gets out of there, and he is going to do so. So a trade of health bars, not too much else, and the cleanse going to be utilized.
That's the Cloud9 being able now to get control of the map, though, which is exactly what they need against this Baron buff. Like, Noah is one of the few people that actually has one on Fnatic. He's taken off the map. It makes it more difficult to try and play around the lanes, especially for Oscarin, who would love to be in a side lane, threatening top lane towers. So it's Cloud9 slowly but surely, pushing Fnatic back and preventing them from getting anything here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the Baron power play obviously not working out for them. M&S, I have to say, doing a good job finding poke constantly throughout this game, poking and prodding, trying to get advantages where he can. But the big problem is still looming. They're looking for a pick here on Trimby, but great buffer on the dismount there to keep him safe. And Razor looking for the turn, maybe.
Yeah, the equalizer goes down again. Blabber is completely cornered off. He's trying to get out of there, but he's not going to be able to. That's the lockdown. A great knock up onto Sven as well, who's once again going to try and use the ulti to escape, but it's not going to work. Trimby going to lock down that kill. That is 2 for free for Fnatic.
And that means trouble with this Dragon coming up very soon here. Yeah, Fudge gets a tier 2, but Fnatic are pushing, and they're going to have full setup on this Dragon. That could mean everything here. M&S wants to delay to the last second and then interrupt this to try to stop a proper setup. He couldn't quite get that 100-0 play. Razork will slink out, but now they're going to try to TP in.
Yeah, Fudge is immediately going to come in and use that counter-strike. Trimby down very low, but Noah is just shooting him. He is going to be able to get himself out of there. So the teleport comes on forward. Blabber is now back up and alive. We have 16 seconds on this Infernal Drake, and this is do or die for C9. Infernal Soul is very difficult to deal with.
They need Fudge back out on the map, though. He's just reset at the same time as Fnatic are all coming in. TP, actually, Fudge is going to stay out.
And he's low with no ult.
Yeah, and I mean, the LeBlanc TP's into the bot side. M&S wants to try and push these waves, so maybe he can play in that dark vision that we have in this bot side jungle of Fnatic. M&S needs to pick off a key member here.
I mean, the big hope is Noah. Noah has no cleanse. They have to try to get in on him at 100-0, but Fudge in an awkward spot. He needs to get over this wall.
Yeah, the chain's going to miss. Noah is finally going to turn up, has the long-range guns for this fight. He quite have to sever him, but he may not necessarily need it. That is a great snipe from the Glacial Prison, but it doesn't quite work out, as that is going to be Fnatic locking down the Drake, and now the Dragon is going to burn through C9. They try to get one back, but it's not going to be enough. Berserker, the cleanse, he just can't cleanse the death, and Noah gets a double in the fight, and Fnatic are rolling over C9 now.
They needed Noah, but Cloud9 could not find a way into the backline. Everyone was marking M&S, and with that Fnatic, they get the soul, and they might have just kept themselves alive here.
Massive for Fnatic. They're just outplaying in these setups. They've had better setups. Noah is massive. Cloud9 can't get to him. And it's all about the setups for these fights. The earlier problem, Fudge TPing in, it feels like Cloud9 wants it too bad. Where is Fudge in this fight? He's fighting with Trimby. He's not able to actually focus into the backline. He doesn't have his ult. And the fight is over before he's even really involved in it. Like, now he's coming down, but he got nothing done, right? He's not involved whatsoever. And I just feel like in these last couple engagements, Fudge has not been there when they needed him to be. At the third Dragon, he based really late, couldn't actually get a buy and health back before he TP'd. And then this one, he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I think the idea from Cloud9 was, hey, Fudge, if you can take care of Trimby, you saw Sven headbutt Humanoid out of the equation, give us that direct line for M&S to get on towards Noah in the back line. But Noah's playing so far back, it just never really happened. And I think that's where the whole game plan started to fall apart for Cloud9 in that fight.
And Noah now has both thumbs back, has the stopwatch, has the BT. He is ridiculously strong. And the poke from M&S is not going to mean much of anything at this point. So Cloud9 maybe get one more fight here, where they can try to make some sort of a miracle happen, but they haven't been able to get setups on even more kind of a better position, and now they're down 3K plus the soul. It's brutal.
And this was the champion that we saw Noah perform on when he first joined the LEC. Like, it was basically a Felios every single game. He got up to a 78 KDA. This was the champion Noah made his name on, and we haven't really got to see him go back to this pick because it slipped out of the meta, but in this game, Noah is showing just why he was so strong on this pick.
I mean, this is what Noah was good at, even in the LCK as well. He didn't play all that much, was mainly on Challenger for KT, and it's a large reason why. I don't like to talk about the history of Noah because KT has that air of mystique. If you tend to say good things, the opposite tends to be the result.
You couldn't have waited till after the game?
Well, look, I want to keep it interesting, and honestly, the amount of cursing that's happened on the other side, I'm only evening it out. As Noah now moving towards his mid lane. Yeah, I was going to
come back from here. Congratulations, Fnatic.
Yeah, I think we should crown them now.
If I could put my fingers in my ears right now, I would, okay?
It's all right, everybody else can hear. 8-0-7, though, Noah is indeed legendary on his Aphelios. Razork now pushing further forward. Can Fnatic get that Baron set up to make sure that they lock this one down onto 5 members this time and then just push down
freebie,
the enemy base? It should just be.
Yeah, I don't think Cloud9 are even going to look for it. You can see pings towards that bot lane for Fudge. You're just going to keep pushing this up. They're probably not going to look for anything besides, maybe the Elder. You try to come out and you fight the Elder. You pray that you're able to hold. You pray that you're able to steal an Elder and then maybe kind of steal this game away. But it is an incredibly difficult spot, and M&S playing with fire.
Yeah, it does have Distortion, does have Mimic as well, I hope. That is not actually there, as he is going to go into his passive, and they find the right one. Oh no, it's the wrong one! Even I got trolled there, but they are still able to grab this. But it's a 1-for-1, and you'll take that if you're C9 and you're this far behind.
I think it's Cloud9, you have to try and make a play right now. Humanoid's on bot side. Can you find this engage while it's 3 people before Humanoid can join in?
Clever's looking.
Yeah, they do finally see him, but is it too late? That's the question. They have to lock down Noah if they want to get anything done as Fudge. Already down to 50%. That equalizer was a whole lot better, and they don't find too much more. Fudge is going to go down, and now Sven's just trying to get the CC, but Noah is just a raid boss. He is just too massive on this Aphelios. I feel like we're back to the old version of this champion, and that one was too oppressive. Noah is just reminding us what he used to be able to do, and he's doing it now on this patch of all things. Fnatic now pushing in. They are going to be able to take the inhibitor turret towards the top side of the map. Inhibitor going to go down as well. And he's now 10-0-7. He's just too big.
Yeah, they just can't deal with him whatsoever here. Cloud9, know that their windows of opportunity are so slim. They're trying to force a play here when they see Humanoid elsewhere on the map. However, seeing if he can split up one of the recalls, maybe make something happen here. They might be able to chase down Oscar.
Yeah, M&S, can he actually land the chains to help lock down this Rumble? Or can he keep himself alive before the Rumble kills him is the question. M&S is now just one more tick of that Flame Spitter, and I think he would have died. Blabber's going to be able to lock it down because he's more durable, and they do manage to get a kill off the back end just before the death cap comes in.
Yeah, I mean, still though, you're going to be in a position here as Fnatic where you can get vision down for this Elder Dragon that's going to come up. You need to reset now as Blabber and M&S, and unless you really want to commit a TP from M&S back onto the field to contest this 4 versus 5, you're not really in a position to do so, and even then you wouldn't have Blabber in a position where he can follow up. So it feels like maybe Sven trying to play off of a lack of vision here for Fnatic, find that big ult or big knock-up that can try and turn this game.
Exactly. I think Sven is just going to kind of risk it. He's just going to wait here for the Elder, and it's just going to be in for the long haul, and he's going to hope that they don't know that he's out on the map. He knows that he's kind of snuck in, so he's going to be looking for one of these really deep flanks potentially to try to get that big play. And honestly, I respect these types of plays because if you fight evenly from this spot, just straight up, you're not going to win. You need to have that miracle engage. You need to have that miracle play. If you can't get to Noah and burst him down, it's just not going to happen for Cloud9 because this guy is way too strong at this point.
Well, Fnatic may not even go for it. It looks like they're just going to immediately push down mid lane, see if they can get position here, and they could try and end the game. You don't have Sven. That's your main engage tool. Sven is going to have to walk over a ton of wards to get into a position where he's happy.
He doesn't want to give this one up, though, because he spent so much time avoiding all of this vision. He's still channeling the back as C9 look to try and defend, but every auto Noah throws into this turret is a dangerous one.
The Baron's expired, so he knows that they're going to come over towards that Elder
Humanoid.
now.
He finds the Glacial Prison that he stole away, and Oscar Innan's the one that finishes off the kill on M&S, and all the while, Sven is biding his time, waiting for his opportunity.
There's pings down. I think they know that Sven's missing.
Yeah.
They didn't see him underneath the tower. They're expecting the cow to be somewhere, so the cow has to back away. Fnatic get the pick off a Humanoid, and they'll get the Elder Dragon.
Humanoid just coming up massive there, locks down M&S. He gets burst down, not playing Merc Shreds, obviously, and that CC layering was perfect from Fnatic. They're able to kill him off before he can jump to safety, and now Elder plus the Soul, Fnatic marching down mid, and you have to think Cloud9's time in this tournament is over.
Yeah, that is going to be the flash away from Sven, so won't have that up and available. Hex Flash going to be there, but I don't think it's going to help them as the second inhibitor turret is going to bite the dust. The inhibitor following suit very quickly. And now Fnatic, I don't think they need a Baron. They've got the Elder buff as now Fudge is diving in. Gets a decent stun, but he can't get on top of Noah. He has to go golden as Razok is battling 3 people under these turrets, and the Jax is going to be dealt with. Blabber might be able to get one against his opposite number, but the rest of Fnatic are bearing down on them. It's a double kill for Oscar. It's Blabber on the fountain. Noah is just trying to bully them to get them away from these Nexus turrets. Blabber gets in there, but Noah's got a stopwatch. He's going to break that one onto the ground, and Noah will fall. I don't know whether it's going to be enough. They're holding for now, though. Oh, Humanoid walks back towards the turret. Blabber's trying to keep this one at bay, but there are just super minions everywhere. Okay, Humanoid throws out the chains. There's the last Nexus turret. Humanoid, can you finish the game here on now? He is so close to execution range. And there it is. The burn's going to come through Sven. Not going to make this one happen, as the Nexus will be taken down from the man with everything in this game. Humanoid was just gigantic.
Humanoid trying desperately over the course of this series to keep Fnatic, keep Fnatic in Worlds, keep Cloud9 at arm's length. And when it comes down to it, the Silas pick comes up clutch for Fnatic. They managed to pick up.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing.
Powerful in so many mid lane matchups so far.
How confident are you guys feeling on FBI?
It's going to hunt these teams is
Match.
going head to head again.
Oh, listen to that energy, the roar of Flowers' voice. It's not worth. To that, your boys. It's an absolute pleasure. NRG versus G2. We're in for a banger, boys. I for
kind of brings that spark of life of the old G2 and their dominance with how versatile they are in champion pool. Kalista is banned here. It has been banned now 12 games in a row versus Hansama. Red side, blue side, does not matter. Nobody is letting Hansama get that, and the Draven pairs with it nicely.
Exactly. They do not want Hans piloting either one of those marksman picks. Over on the other side, G2 is going to take the Xayah out of the pool, as well as that incredibly popular Orianna that has proven so powerful in so many mid lane matchups so far.
How confident are you guys feeling on FBI's champion pool? Because while you are banning out a lot of these power picks on the bot side of the map, it does mean that that pool is getting smaller. With Kai'Sa now being one of the highest priority champions potentially up and available, are you guys still feeling confident in his ability to go up against a player like Hans?
FBI, even though he didn't use a tremendous amount of AD carries, actually feels really confident on a wide array, so I think they will be able to find something for him, no problem, even with 4 right now AD carry bans, and Kai'Sa kind of being left up dangling. It's Kai'Sa in his ear right now, dangling over everyone.
The Maokai as well, something with the Rumble too, both very prevalent champions in the current meta. And they're all going to be left up, right? So what will the priority be here for NRG? Do they want to get themselves that Kai'Sa, potentially giving over the Rumble Jarvan that we've been seeing a lot of answers for on the red side?
I feel like the Kai'Sa is the safer way to go, or the Rumble. Rumble has been exceptional here, and it was something that Dokla pulled out in the LCS Finals, which he had not played before the LCS Finals. They had to invest a lot of time into him practicing. Oh, they go with the Nico, though, the playmaking here. I'm assuming it's for Palafox. We've seen some North American support Nico. I would not like to see any more today, though.
I concur with that statement. I think that this should definitely be the mid lane pick there for Palafox, but it definitely seems like an audacious choice going for it first with all these power picks that you guys were talking about still being left up. That Kai'Sa being a huge one with all of these marksmen already banned away. I feel like Energy has to have the expectation that G2 is going to lock that in.
I wonder what the priority will now be. Often from G2 we'll see something like a Maokai or a Rel. Two things that, okay.
All right,
so
good call.
Rel can of course be flexed. Both Mickey and Yike are very proficient at the champion, and G2 are going to be happy with that level of flexibility.
And probably they can drop a Maokai to the next pick if they actually want it, because we're already seeing Nico from NRG and generally not going to want like AP mid plus jungle there. So let's see what they decide to go with. Rakan is up. They want to split up that engage combination possibly. But Big Dokes is just going to go for the blind Cassandra here off the bat.
The blind Cassante. So we've got what we're assuming to be double blind solo laners as the first 2 picks here for the side of Energy. Do they want to just go ahead and complete this with the jungle here, hovering the Vi for quite a while?
Vi hasn't had too much success recently, but it does pair with Nico as super hard, guaranteed engage for this team. And something that we heard in Lord's interview with Demonte, one of the Energy coaches, is that they want to have an explosive early game. And these point and clicks and this guaranteed engage is one way to get that. And then they also want to have more controlled, mid games after they get there. But that's going to be a couple steps forward.
Yeah, I wonder if their game plan is to attack Caps and answering with a Syndra. Very much powerful in the lane, but without your flash, you suffer the same problems a champion like Orianna does. Very easy lockdown on the side of Energy. Cassante, Vi, Nico, all very lethal champions that without your flash, you're in some very serious danger here if your name is Caps.
Exactly. I'm going to be looking at Caps on this pick to be able to absorb that pressure, respond to it. By locking in the Syndra, you are throwing down the gauntlet, placing the red flag in front of the bull, and just daring them to charge at you. So we'll see how well he can handle that as we move forward. The Rakan banned away here by G2 as the first ban in the second phase. We've seen some pretty amazing plays out of this champion so far at Worlds 2023. They don't want to give Ignar the opportunity to do so. We know it's one of his favorite support champions.
I mean, earlier, Vedius posed the question, what is FBI going to play? Now it becomes like, what does Energy have in store for this bottom lane? Because we are going to get real deep in the bans here and go real far down on the tier list, both for AD carry as well as support, because G2 can fire off another one.
It looks like Energy a little concerned about that top matchup, the Olaf ban. Something that we saw a lot from Broken Blade during the regular season. I think a Jax ban would also make sense. Something that some laning phases, Broken Blade didn't have the best of performances, but in team fights, wow, he was able to have some massive impact in the later game fight. So I definitely think that if they want to make sure they can have a more favorable matchup, that or the Rumble are 2 champions you have to be concerned about on the top side.
Rumble blind pick has done wonders. Rumble into Cassante, Rumble into Jax, all these things. Rumble has not been countered significantly here, and they're going to continue to whittle down. They really feel like it is going to be the support rel, it looks like here. The Viego ban.
The Viego's banned away. Olaf, Renata Glass, the last ban there from G2. So double support ban in the second half. Renata normally drafted if you want to make sure that you can go in with a big team-wide engage and not have that counter engage available from the enemy support position. So they'll take that off the table. What is going to be the lock-in here? The Jax picked up for G2.
All right, and it looks like we're going to get one of these pushing lanes, bottom lane for FBI and Ignar. Both Ashe and Ziggs will accomplish that.
Curious as to what direction they go.
Ooh, the Senna, they bring back the Senna. They already pulled out the Senna TK once. It was very successful. This is also one of FBI's specialty champions here. So we'll see if they can do it again. Very tanky on the side of NRG. They've got a lot of defense.
I like it. I mean, it gives you pretty good scaling options as well. A very solid front line, a lot of peel. The concern you have to have if you're NRG is G2 is not afraid to dive bot. And when you have a composition like this, their eyes are immediately going to be glued to that side of the map, as Yike is going to round out with one of his old school carry junglers.
Amazing. Love it. Anytime we get Yike, either Kha'Zix or Bel'Veth, I get excited. One of the most exciting rookies to come out of Europe in a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
The jungler here. He pretty much is the jungler that made Blabber and Contracts and a lot of these NA junglers I was talking to start practicing Bel'Veth on the patch because it was so strong and because Yike had such an impact with it. So anytime you see that champion pick, you have to look for level 1 invades. Raptors are coming at a premium because...
For invade, miserable Lannister
that with him has been for 1 seed
years in the making since Contracts was on the world stage with Cloud9, working so hard to get back here, and he's had to go through a long and arduous journey to get here, dipping all the way down into the Academy League, working his way back up onto the world stage. And Energy, he's one in a long line of the underdogs here on this lineup.
2017 was Contracts last Worlds. And it's crazy to think that 2018 was Caps' debut to the World Championship. And since then, he's kind of grown into an incredible mid laner. Actually, no, what am I talking about? Even 2017, I think Caps was actually when he introduced alongside Fnatic, along with that reckless roster. Crazy the trajectories that some of these players have had as Caps has kind of grown to be.
Caps kind of stayed on the world stage.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
Contract dipped back down.
Very different journeys, right?
Yeah.
And it's a great opportunity for so many of these NRG players to go against many of the big names that Europe has to offer.
All right, as we get a little auto attack trading in the top lane, a reminder to all y'all out there, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote as we start things off. Bel'Veth is on her chicken camp, as everybody would expect her to be, but it's not her chicken camp. It's the energy camp that they failed to protect early on. They had to be expecting something like this to happen.
And I want to point out the defense wards here. It's not just the level 1 invade that's expected from Bel'Veth. We have double wards here from G2 to see about the attempts to split the map there from Contracts, because they know for sure G2 taking away your red quadrant here.
And as well, you look at Caps already trying to get some control in the mid lane so that he can immediately offer support to his jungler should there be any danger here. That is a full bot side clear coming out from Yike. He will be spotted out on this ward.
Ward showing up there means that Yike has to fall back a little bit. FBI and Ignar do want to contest this. Smite cooldown not quite available here for Yike as he takes a little damage from FBI. Mickey and Hansama stepping forward past the enemy tier 1 turret. Yike can secure the large golem, pick up the last little bit here.
And FBI's only level 1 still. He's being zoned away from those minions underneath the tower. Contract's now making his way down, but the damage has already been done. A lot of experience being lost here for the energy bot lane.
Yeah, and a lot of CS as well. Ignar did not pick up many of that CS at the tower there, so Contracts is kind of forced into a bad spot here. Has to make something happen.
Oh, there we go. The flash out of Caps. Nice and early. This is what we talked about back when the pick was locked in, Vedius. You said whenever the flash is down, that's when the danger's on.
All right, I want to go see if Yike is going to try and meet Contracts, because they know Contracts has no camps on his side of the map up. He has to be counter-jungling your chickens at the moment. Here comes Yike. Remember, Caps has no flash?
All right, Yike jumps in, finds the knock-up. Contracts immediately flashing away, respecting the Belveth here. Palafox leads his clone out first, but with Yike having control over this 1v1, and you can see Broken Blade also pathing down from topside. Dokla is stuck underneath his turret, so the Jax is able to move, and Energy have to disengage.
Didn't mean to draw on the screen there, but yes, Jax was in fact roaming from topside, and it's something that you'll see a lot from G2, but also something you need to see when playing around a Belveth, right? You have to make sure that you have control to offer assistance every time she's looking for these invades, and Contract's looking for whatever he can, should be able to secure this Grom. I don't know if the pings have actually come down from G2, but Mickey will spot him. They are concerned about that dive.
But instead, they're just immediately going to turn it onto Mickey, force him to crash down back over the other side of the wall into the lane. The rotation from Ignar guarantees that Contracts can pick up that Gromp and stop falling further behind.
Yep, their bottom lane comes up, helps him out a little bit. Looks like we have Belveth coming back towards mid as well. And remember, no flash here either!
Oh, Palafox, he's got to try to get away from this one. Can he out-juke the enemy Belveth? No! It's first blood for Caps!
Nice pickup from G2. Palafox is just trying to push that wave underneath the tower, but Yike sees an opportunity, and now he's found Contracts.
Oh, Contracts walking back into that brush, immediately thinks better of it, as Yike was just waiting for him. Falls back into the river now. You can see Mickey still with only a 200 HP down here in the bottom lane. Has Hex Flash, but the real Flash not available. Doesn't look like we're going to get too much more fighting out of this, but getting the first blood on the Syndra back in the mid lane, real big for G2.
And now again, you look at the minimap and you see Yike now here to cover this back and forth coming in from laners and jungler. Laners get pushed to help with their jungler setup on the invade, and then when those lanes need clearing, Yike is there to offer that assistance, making sure that wave gets underneath the tower so that Hans and Mickey can have a safe base. So far this early game going the way in which G2 want. The good news for NRG, not a significant difference in the gold so far.
Yeah, let's see about Ignar though.
Ignar, 150 HP left, trying to walk it off. Thick skin keeps him alive. FBI looking to put the damage into Hansama. Mickey now the one, soaking the damage, and FBI blasts some energy on the board.
Ignar's a tanky boy on the Tom Kench. He can go face check that brush. They bait him in and get the extra kill here onto Mickey. He did flash away because he was worried about the Q from Mickey, but they'll be happy to take that one. And Contracts has been able to kind of stabilize his jungle. Really the payment was that extra kill. The first blood going on to Caps. Star player for G2 has been doing so well and has been so driven. They talked about it multiple times with his interview after MSI and wanted to change how they play. Palafox had a lot of respect for him, but the Belveth comes on, slips right on in. Caps set it up, of course, with his Scatter of the Week stun, as both mid laners had previously used their flashes, so nice pickup there for G2.
I think G2's bot lane overstayed their welcome when they wanted to push that wave underneath. They took so much chip damage defending against that potential dive, and then they overstayed. A really great punish from the bot lane of NRG will actually give them a very small gold lead for the time being. And we kind of draw attention to the top side of the map as well. Dokla doing very well in the 1v1 matchup, building up that small advantage as well.
It's pretty funny too, because it's not exactly the same, but Ignar on a feeding Tom Kench here, or a eating Tom Kench.
Yeah, he's an eating one.
Not a feeding. Farming Tom Kench is kind of shades of thinking back to Misfits when he's playing this Fervor of Battle Leona and surprises everybody by going so aggressive. And then here, when he's up against his old lane mate from Misfits, Hansama, who they had such a miraculous showing with, he's able to get something done again on one of these melee supports.
You could see Dokla there wanting to take advantage of having the level 7 versus level 6 edge over Broken Blade on the Jax. Both of these top laners have those Sheens prepared, so the trades will look pretty even between them right now. Yike, again, just showing some presence here in the bottom lane, trying to help Mickey and Hans Sama be able to get this wave shoved in without any sort of a counterattack coming out from Energy.
I mean, credit to Energy's bot lane. They're winning out on these trades. The sustain coming out from FBI is just getting the better of Hans and Mickey. They have that ever so slight experience advantage as well, thanks to the kill that they were able to pick up. And you look at the jungle matchup too, it looked a little dire for Contracts in the early game. It felt like that he was being denied so many camps, but he's been able to equalize that farm. Yike has looked for a lot of opportunities on the map, and that has kind of slowed his jungle clear down. So Energy have been able to stabilize what was a bit of a chaotic early game, and they find themselves with a decent gold lead for now.
If we kind of zoom out, though, and look at what they need to accomplish in this game, I think there is more pressure on Energy to build a lead in the early game and then try and use that to snowball Drakes to actually win this game, because this Energy lineup of champions doesn't have a lot of late game damage.
Hex flash over the wall from Mickey, but they're ready to turn it around. Pop Blossom under 2. Senna ulti comes in for the bottom lane, and Contracts goes for the ult. Caps is down, and Yike is on the run. Palafox and Contracts are looking for another, but they'll settle with the kill on G2's mid laner. Mickey barely hustled away, but Ignar's going in. He won't quite have the tongue to get it done, but now Yike's got to retreat as well. G2 lose the scrimmage in mid.
Palafaker sees 3 people coming and says, I like those odds. They turn the 2v3 with Contracts and Palafox. Senna ultimate over the top, and the biggest reward is actually going to be extra turret plates. Topside turret plate, mid lane turret plate, and Rift Herald picked up in the aftermath. Vedius, no sooner than I speak the words of Energy need more early game power than they immediately receive a bunch of gold.
We talk about how they needed to play through mid and just great awareness from Contracts, right place, right time. Just as G2 is looking to gain control, look to punish Palafox as he's pushing that wave underneath the tower, they are there to respond, and they respond incredibly well. A 1.5k gold lead now for NRG as they are slowly but surely taking control of this game 1.
And I think that is necessary, again, to kind of reiterate here. G2, they've got the Jax for side lanes for later. They have the dive bomb Kaisa here from Hansama. And of course, Cap Syndra to be able to set them up. But Energy, they can work as a team, as a pack here with so much CC to force a lot of engages if they can get control of the neutral objectives early on in the game and try and draw G2 to them.
And I think Energy always looks good when Palafox and Contracts are on the same page, like right here.
Yeah, Palafox, he walks down, they see the 3v2. Senna ultimate was beautiful, right over the top. And Contracts went for the Q onto Yike, and then ultimate overthrew both of them. So he's able to get over onto Caps, focusing him down, picking up that kill, and Mickey does indeed live through that one.
I mean, again, great start for NRG. Love the way in which they played around mid lane, and we did talk about in draft how this mid lane struggle is where we're going to see it from both sides. Yeah. Having that control gives you the ability to start moving to sides and having more impact on the map. And once again, G2 return. Mickey level 5, Yike level 7.
All right, Palafox just playing very far back, very respectfully. He knows the enemy bot lane's missing. Contracts starting up the Drake here. This could be a little risky considering the position of G2's squad. Contract sees Mickey walk right by. He doesn't care.
Yeah, they've got pushing bottom lane here. Nice minion wave pushed all the way into tower. This is a mountain dragon, so it's one of the tankier ones, but it looks like G2 have said, we've had enough of these early game fights.
Yep.
We concede. You do have a very good early game setup, and they don't want to take it. So, Energy, they accomplish it. Rift Herald picked up, into Dragon picked up, and they actually immediately used the Rift Herald again bottom side to really snowball this bottom lane, and this Senna pick super early on.
The timing is great as well. Mickey just threw in a recall to get back to base. His hasn't quite hit level 6 yet, and now they're ballooning this gold lead to about 2k. Again, slowly but surely, Energy are building lead after lead, and it's great to see. I want to see them maintain it, though. When we saw them play up against Mad, they had some pretty chaotic fights. We saw them kind of getting down and dirty at times and throwing away good positions, and I think that they can be patient here. They can take their time, and Contract's looking for a play top.
Contracts goes in, flashes to be able to land the ulti, but Dokla's not there for the follow-up in time. Yike hits a two-man knockup, but Broken Blade's got to continue the retreat. However, Dokla still sticking around. Caps has made his way up. He walked over a ward. Energy knows to disengage back in the bottom lane. They see all the G2 bodies up in the top half, so FBI and Ignar know they can push.
Yeah, sometimes, you talk about getting down and dirty, sometimes Energy will just take those chances. Contract says, I will flash for this ultimate. If Yike is not there, we can at least get a flash out of Broken Blade. Maybe they get the kill also. If he is there, they have to back off, though.
A TP's coming in from both sides now. Ignar using the Devour, keeping his AD carry safe, spits it back out now. Palafox looking for the knockup, only finds the Pop Blossom onto Cap. Mickey's still trying to walk away. A lot of damage on both supports, but Mickey's the first to fall. Another TP ready to reinforce the G2 lines, but Broken Blade is already there too late. He gets slowed down by the tongue lash as Palafox waits over the wall, and the play goes no further as Big Dokes picks up some plates in the top lane.
The response from NRG every single time to G2's aggression is perfect. They match the TPs. Ignar buys so much time by using the consume to keep his AD carry alive. Mickey gets separated from his AD carry. NRG find themselves another kill. I don't know if Yike can get the kill here.
Yeah, Dokla flashing away from the knockup. Good moves there. Now he's almost... You see, on any champion that's not Cassante, I would be like, oh yeah, that's just a fluke. But with Cassante, I never know if he's really going to go back in or not.
Well, Yike does force the flash to be burned on that Cassante. Dokla, though, does have his teleport ready, so no problem for him. He can teleport right back to that top wave. Meanwhile, bottom side, Broken Blade gets a turret plate of his own. And again, remember, the Jax for later. G2 do have quite a few scaling options available to them. Possible side lane play there.
FBI getting stunned up here. They're going to chain C, see him down, and Caps gets the second kill of the game for G2.
I was not expecting FBI to die there. I really thought he would be fine. What a play and a setup from G2. They find themselves a pick, but now NRG looking for the same bot lane.
Oh, Broken Blade walking into the brush. Contracts is ready to go. Dokla follows it up, and the helicopter crash lands. Contracts gets the fourth kill of the game there for Energy.
Contracts is always such a proactive jungler, looking to make these plays, looking to force them. Dokla now in a 1v2 scenario. With no flash, he'll play it much safer, and they should be fine to get that bottom turret without having to give up anything else. I do, though, to that point about getting the kill onto FBI, quite big for G2, trying to punish that Tom Kench ultimate cooldown timer. Really trying to keep track of that, of how well Ignar is going to be able to keep him safe, because when that is down, that is going to be a huge amount of protection. And you look at that, he's definitely quite a rich boy. So, yeah. During this one, no ultimate means no life for FBI.
And I mean, this pick is straightforward. Broken Blade, he doesn't respect where they could be on the map. He wants to get a bit of vision down, and he gets chain CC. Nicely done by NRG. And now they're looking for Hans Summer.
Hans in some trouble as the Vault Breaker connects, and Palafox pummels them. Energy find the enemy AD carry for the first time this game.
Oh yeah, Hans Summer doesn't flash the Q, and so that's just enough of CC, enough of a little bump there to allow Palafox to hit the follow-up snare off of Contracts. Contracts has been on a warpath here.
In the draft, we wanted to see this Vine Nico having impact on the map, looking for those early skirmishes and then moving out to the sides, and they are doing just that. Now G2 is responding.
G2 ready to look for Dokla here. Caps and Broken Blade putting pressure onto the turret as Dokla knocks Broken Blade back. He forces him to flash away, otherwise the all-out could have been the death of him. Dokla will successfully defend 1v2 and keep the turret standing.
All right, let's look at what this does to the lopsided map pressure, because they're going to send down another champion to bottom side for G2 to harass Dokla, but he's staying there under the turret. Meanwhile, the rest of Energy, teleport comes through. They actually want to go for a counter gank.
All right, they want to bring somebody in to make something happen here. Palafox, he finds the knockup on the enemy jungler, dealing an 100-0 Yike. The Belvath only stays alive long enough to die to Contracts as Caps wants to run away, and Ignar's ready for the chase. He lands the first tongue lash, and he's ready to get those stacks. Contracts comes in, Caps falls down, FBI gets paid. Energy get two.
What did Energy eat for breakfast today? Because they are locked in and they are catching G2 off guard across the map. Every aggressive play G2 tries to make, Energy shuts it down.
Oh, Vedius. Do you hear that in the distance? It is the sound of the faithful rallying to the sides of Energy. They are huge underdogs here versus G2, but they are accomplishing the goal they need with this early game snowball composition. The Senna doing wonders for them, and Contracts on this Vi starting out so many plays. This time around, yeah, we already went over it. As soon as that Q hits, he's dead.
And they're keeping it simple, right? You look at what they're doing on the map. They push a wave, they look for something on a side. They push a wave, they look for something on a side. Great TP coming out from Palafox as the rest of Energy entirely collapsed onto Caps. And you look at the minimap, situations like this are often, oh, well, they're getting punished elsewhere. They're overcommitting fight, but they're not. They had the top pushed in. They had the mid wave pushed in. They had the ability to collapse on as 5, and now they're looking for another pick top.
Here we go again. Broken Blade under pressure. Palafox making the rotation up as Dokla goes all out. Dokla, however, very, very low. Reinforced by the Senna ultimate. And the Pop Blossom is so awesome. It's Energy ready to win another one, but now Yank's ready for the follow-up, and Dokla's got to run. The damage pours through. They lock down the enemy carry. Hansama falls. FBI's free firing. G2 cannot escape. Ace for nothing.
Energy are relentless. It is bottom play into top play into bottom play into top play again. And they've got a Rift Herald to push it ahead.
It is just an absolute slaughter from the side of NRG. It started with the range advantage, then winning skirmishes in the bot 2v2. Mickey now in danger.
Mickey, oh no, buddy, get out of there. The crash down. Will it get him away? He tries to flash, but the 5 will run him down. Contracts is on a rampage.
Cease and desist, my friend. What are we witnessing right now? Energy coming out, firing on all cylinders here. They had the interviews, so many interviews before this match, so much respect for G2, and they knew that they really had to come in and focus on a game plan, and that was early game lead, and then collectively snowballing ahead as we look at this fight again. Man, the re-engage from Palafox is just giant, and these Senna ultimates, Vedius, keep on adding so much effective HP. The damage plus the big shield comes through. Dokla lives the whole time. Ignar eats him up just so he can get right back in there.
Oh yeah.
And finish off the extra kills. And then, as you know as well, there's a Vi ultimate coming here.
NRG just always seem to be 5 faster. It feels like that they're always collapsing first. They find another pick on the Mickey. He now finds himself with 5 deaths as NRG are sieging onto the mid tier 2. We're not even at 20 minutes yet, and NRG are knocking on the doors of G2's base.
Energy have always been at their best when they are snowballing games, when they get the early lead. Really, really. The big improvements, I have to say, are more in the control of the snowball. And the arena echoes. I love it.
What's wrong?
Man, I am so impressed this game with Palafox's ultimates. I don't think we've seen a single non-impactful Pop Blossom so far. This Nico presence has been awesome to see.
Every player on Energy is just, they don't miss. Every player on Energy right now cannot make a mistake. Contracts interrupting Mickey's crash down there. Later on, finding him with the ultimate as well. That's your MVP, Vedius.
That is our MVP. Thank you for highlighting. I mean, G2 seems scattered. They've been getting caught out multiple times on side lanes. It feels like, I mentioned it earlier, Energy, while they always feel like a 5, G2, 1, 2, it is just pick after pick after pick, and G2 are always slow to respond to the play. The way in which Energy shut down some of those mid lane attempts from Yike and Mickey have been able to snowball off the back of that so effectively. 2 dragons up, a minute until the next dragon. We've seen G2 in these positions before, will be my only caveat to you, gentlemen. Both Weibo and D+ were able to get massive gold advantages. Admittedly, it was G2's own undoing, where they would throw at Baron. But now with the Baron alive, this is going to be the big test for Energy. Can they secure this cleanly without G2 being a nuisance?
Exactly. This Baron pit has proved a thorn in the side of G2 in their World's Quest so far, but will Energy make the same mistakes? 21 minutes into the game, they're up 10,000 gold. That is a massive lead for the LCS's #1 seed.
Yeah, and Damonte specifically used the word methodical when talking about what improvements Energy needed to make to their late game, to their snowballing game. Now is when you have to implement that. Because you set it up for the big throw, Vedius. Objective bounties are on the table. That is definitely possible. But Dragon should be a much easier take for them. If you're going to be methodical about it and constantly remind them in-game, then you would want to switch down to this Dragon first, pick it up on timer, because you should theoretically be able to accelerate this timer and pick up Dragon Soul as quickly as possible.
I mean, they're keeping it clean, right? They've got the top lane pushed in, they made sure to push in mid before moving into the river, and they're keeping bot pushed with the Cassante hovering in the enemy jungle to just keep that control
the shortest
up.
arrows I've ever seen.
Yeah, there was just, to illustrate a point, Kobe. My point was illustrated. NRG playing the clean, easy League of Legends right now, taking the simple objectives, and they're not taking any risks. Now what you want to do is move your vision deeper into that top side of the map. In an ideal world, if you could take down that tier 2 in mid lane, it would allow you some very deep vision, but resets need to come through, money needs to be spent, wards need to be replenished, and this is G2's window for a bit of breathing room to maybe look for an opportunity or set up for a potential trap.
I would also mention, at least you've gotten your 2-item power spike for Hans Sama. Hans Sama, who has been so big for G2 here, and once the Rage Blade comes in, then you've got a lot of single target damage with your plasma stacks, and then once you get your Nashers as well, the pick really takes off.
So I know we were joking around a little bit earlier. Hey, Vedius, that's your MVP when Mickey got picked. But the reality that I'm looking at is we know this guy is such a big playmaker for G2. He's on one of the best teamfight engaging champions in the game. And I feel like if G2 is going to find an angle back into this one, it's going to need a huge Mickey engage on the route.
I mean, he's 4 levels down Ignar, and if you want to say that Ignar's the one getting all the farm, he's 3 levels down FBI. Like, he has not had a great game right now. And sure, if he can find a good engage, it could be massive. But again, Ignar has so many tools to mitigate a lot of those engages. I think that, like, it's going to be on NRG to lose this game more so than G2 to win.
Fair. Excuse me, I believe that is Bignar. That is no longer Ignar with a 4-level lead.
Oh boy, Contracts waited around in the brush. He got found out. The stopwatch keeps him alive long enough for his team to reinforce. The Senna ulti over the top just to protect him as Ignar showed up. The Devour would have been there, and Caps even used Flash.
They really committed to that play. The stopwatch usage saved his life. And again, we talk about small mistakes, Contracts not realizing that he's sitting on a ward. If he'd lost his life, that could have been a window for G2 to force the Baron. Fortunately for him, he gets away with his life, and NRG hold on to the control.
Yep, those reasons are exactly why Caps decided Flash is worthy there. Because there's also a big bounty on Contract's head. That is the biggest bounty in the game right now because he has been so good with this Vi, and they really do need to take it back. Step by step, be methodical, clear out the vision first. Oh, okay, they're just going to start the Baron.
All right, they're ready to start going. Keep your eyes on Yike, keep your eyes on Contracts. Energy.
Who's going to keep him
the
out?
Baron, and they got it down to half HP. G2 on the approach. Contracts over the back wall. Palafox! 3-man pop lost him, but nobody ain't died yet. The first one down, Todd Sama, and G2's in the run. Broken Blade tries to go back over the wall, but FBI's already on a killing spree, and Contracts is going to be backed up. The helicopter won't save him. Dokla's unstoppable, and G2 are crushed.
And Energy can go right back to the Baron. They don't drop anyone in the turn. Beautiful, methodical stuff from the LCS #1 seed.
And you were nervous for a second.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
You were worried that they were throwing that Baron, but that turn from NRG was clean. Yike still alive. Surely they won't give him access to the pit.
Yike is close. Ignar goes over the wall, exhaust onto the Belveth. Palafox surviving the unleashed power thanks to the stasis. Yike still being scared away by Contracts. He goes back in with a Maul Breaker. The Belveth getting absolutely slammed in the 1v1 fight. Contracts is not in the pit. Yike might be able to go over the wall. The Baron's still at 2 SP. His cap is going to be taken very low, but Yike ain't back in the pit now either as the Baron's finally going to be secured by Contracts. Broken Blade shows up. He decides to re-engage back over the wall versus Ignar. Energy on the retreat as G2 continues moving forward as 5, but their health bars are low. Energy with the full retreat. Baron in their pockets.
It was a little scrappy, but they did everything correctly. They did everything in their power to keep Yike out of the pit, and they're able to secure the smite. This is a look at the engage again. Beautiful combination from the mid-jungle once again from NRG. Hans Sama is eliminated from the fight. Broken Blade is forced to flash away, and it's just clean up from NRG. Exquisite turn, secures them a Baron, and it's likely going to secure them game 1 of this series.
Palafox and Contracts were such a big story, such big components of Energy wins throughout the summer split. I have to say, though, this Senna pick is doing wonders for them.
Yeah.
An FBI classic here, absolutely in love with it. Let's see if they can finish it out cleanly, though. Dragon will be up in 25 seconds, and with the Baron buff, it is very easy to be methodical, Flowers, and push out all your waves.
I like your comment on the Senna pick, because I believe, going back to draft, it's only been played so far twice in the tournament.
And one was FBI himself.
Yeah, and Senna Tahm Kench is such a different laning experience compared to the standard marksman and support. If you're not used to playing against it, if it's not fresh in your mind, it's easy to be caught off guard against the strengths of what this does, and Energy are taking full advantage. That's the Hex Soul right there if Energy secures this, and the enemy jungler is in the top half of the map. G2 are recognizing they cannot contest this. It's Hex Soul for Energy.
I mean, at this point, gentlemen, it feels like the G2 are just buying time to talk more about what they're going to do in Game 2, because I feel like that they're out of options. The Baron was their best play to turn things around, and that's all gone. Energy now setting up a 1-4. They have Dokla pushing in mid. 4 members using their range. FBI just chipping away at the health bars of G2, and they're limited in their ways to stop him.
The range is so powerful. Gonna be stunned up now by Caps, but Palafox ready to turn it around. Ulti over the top. Mickey gonna be taken low, but he ain't killed yet. Finally dropped. Contracts goes godlike. Hans is ready to jump in, and Caps kills Palafox. It is a 1-for-1 trade saw 4 with the more valuable player dying on Energy's side, but the time that they bought is going to get them into the base. First inhibitor turret, first inhibitor, both down.
G2 just going for a Hail Mary play, trying to get anything that they can to slow Energy down, even slightly, but it will not. An inhibitor is secured at the cost of their mid laner's life.
And that is actually very reassuring to me. Even though people may think, you know, the Baron getting a little messy, this dive getting a little messy, I really feel like Energy have to keep up this pace with the lead that they have in order to actually destroy the Nexus and win the game. You can't afford to get lackadaisical here. You have to keep pushing forward. Yeah. You don't want to let G2 catch back up in this game, and so they force it on in. And Palafox, he does end up going down for the kill, but they also get the tower and the inhibitor here.
I mean, I love what I'm seeing from Palafox right now. Every team fight, it is not about peeling, it is not about trying to just find a pick. He is going in. He is looking constantly for 3-man, 4-man ultimates. He wants to make a highlight reel for himself, and that level of confidence is exactly what North America wants to see from their mid laner.
The best defense is a good offense, Vedius, I heard once.
I mean, the best offense is a good offense, and this man is like, I've got everything I need to go full offense in this game.
Palafox is peeling them before they even need to be peeled. That's what's happening. All right, here we go. They're going to congregate around topside here. Bit of a 4-1 split push for Energy. Dokla again trying to keep that mid wave pushed up while the rest of them harass top tower.
Palafox sending in the clone there to just try to scare him off a little bit. The poke from FBI onto the turret, slowly whittling it away. The minion wave finally gets cleared out while Dokla continues applying the pressure back in mid. Super minions are naturally going to push up that bot lane here as well. No Baron for another minute and 45. But once that's up, you know that Energy have full control over the map to move towards it as well. FBI and Ignar maintaining the pressure up here in the top lane. G2 are trapped inside the base. They know that if they lose one more big fight here, the game is done. They've got one last real chance as Energy continue their push. Vault Breaker going to be charged. Turret's not really low enough to hard send it just yet. They're going to keep getting these waves up, but without the Baron, it's pretty easy for G2 and Caps to clear those waves away. Instead, it's going to be Caps getting engaged on. He drops the stasis to stay alive. Massive counter-engage coming out from Mickey, but it will not matter. They're still going in. Yike, barely surviving, getting away now with a stopwatch as Energy tries to regroup. Mickey goes for a crash down, but he's only going to be brought down. Yike stays alive under the tier 3 turret as Broken Blade and Hans try to retreat. Contracts leads the charge, and Yike is finally dropped down. The tier 3 turret falls, and with a 5v2 advantage, this should be it. Energy are on their march to the Nexus turrets. All 5 players still alive. Han's gonna be knocked up into the air, taken down. They're all out, they're all in, and Energy are all about this game number 1. All 5 players standing tall as the Nexus will drop, and Energy will take game 1.
Contracts legendary on the Vi. Bignar, Deathless on the Tahm Kench. Dokla, Deathless on the Cassante. What an immaculate snowball. They stated it before the game. They called their shot. They said, we have to get an early lead, and we have to snowball it.
All right, for a little bit more on how that crazy energy
There to the match, they said we.
more on how that crazy game one went. Let's toss it back to the desk.
The new Subway MVP rewards earns you points when you order.
Join now and get 50% off any footlong.
Oragel's leading formula helps you knock out pain and immediately hit pause on severe
Sir, it certainly would be big. Last time we got out of groups into the quarterfinals was 2 years ago. I will say, though, there are some very easy modifications that G2 can make in this game. I think they are still
one of them?
very scary. As soon as that game ended, I was like, they are never getting Senna again. Said tweet. Yes, that is true because G2, you know, we spent so much time talking up this bottom lane and how they've been playing through it. And we saw even in the series versus Gen G, where G2, they craft all these things in draft to try and get these advantages or these counters for their bottom lane, and both of them failing, and both of them, you know, kind of setting them here. Now that G2 is on blue side, though, they have much more freedom. They target ban the Senna. And I mean, they can't target ban Contracts of Palafox for playing so well, but I will say that is probably the best or close to the best that those two have ever played. Absolutely immaculate stuff from them.
They also had a great sort of matchup with the 2v2 being up against something immobile like the Syndra. Like Betty has pointed out in the previous champion select, once the flash is down, Syndra is just naturally at this disadvantage against champions like Vi and Nico. But it will be Senna, Maokai, Orianna banned out by G2, as Draven, Kalista, and Viego are banned out from Energy.
Zaya's up. Yeah. Energy is saying, ooh, you weren't expecting our Senna? Sure, you can have Zaya, but we might have something else cooked up, and I'm curious as to what that could be. Zaya, as you can see, the down on the screen, 97% presence throughout this tournament, is considered the strongest AD carry, and you just hand it over to Hunt Sama.
And not even just looking at its absolute power, but Zaya is a counter-engage AD carry. One of the few in the game, and that's exactly what Energy want to play, is hard engage. So not only are you giving over a power pick, but it is a power pick that is exceptional at countering exactly what has been our primary goal here, and what our primary goal for Energy is showing here in 1-2 as well. With the Jarvan, with the Rakan, that guaranteed pickup. I will say Rumble is also up, so Rumble priority would go really nicely with the Rakan and Jarvan engage options for the side of Energy.
I love this Poppy answer from G2. I looked at this Energy side and I was thinking, nice, Jarvan has been very prevalent, really good early game engage jungler in the current meta, and Ignar's not. I mean, I was casting Ignar's not back in 2017. Like, I know how proficient he is on the champion. He's a fantastic playmaker, but it seems that G2 are really simplifying the draft. They're just getting themselves onto champions that they know can have impact. Great scaling and range for Azir, great disengage from the Poppy, and you already talked about how Zaya's one of the best disengage support AD carries. You look at this tool, this comp rather, coming out from G2.
Yeah, they drafted 3 champions with counter engage options in the Poppy following it, as well as Azir. But that Rumble I was talking about, the insta-lock here, no-brainer. Again, you know, Dokla notoriously hadn't played it during the regular split, and then put in a lot of work to have it ready for LCS finals. So we'll see how well they can execute, if Energy can still force this one through, because G2 now know exactly what is coming at them.
Yeah, and hey, at least it's nice with the Rumble. You've already seen Poppy locked in against 2 champions that she can really shut down with steadfast presence. Rumble can't dash anywhere. Poppy doesn't have the same denial power against the Rumble, so cutting out at least a little bit of that. As the Cassante is banned out from Energy. Remember that it was Dokla piloting this in the previous game against the Jax Unbroken Blade. Now that he knows he's on the Rumble, he doesn't want to deal with that Cassante matchup. Nico being banned out. I respect this respect ban from G2, saying that really caught us off guard lots of times. The pop loss and over, catching multiple players on G2, setting up these huge engages for Energy. They don't want to face it again.
So the things to think about now, if you're NRG, is this Lissandra pick from Mickey, whether or not it's something that they actually want to go for, because during the regular season it was their answer to Rakan, alongside things like the Alistar, and also Broken Blade has played some crazy stuff top. He's played Swain in the regular season, he's played Kled. Usually those are things to answer into the Renekton, but I wonder if he's been cooking anything into the Rumble matchup specifically, or whether they're looking for something more generic like an Ornn. Maybe they just want a few more teamfighting tools.
This is G2. I don't pay to see G2 play and want generic.
I want to see stand for generic.
I want to see some real spicy stuff here. I mean, there are picks that haven't really been played into Rumble, like Jace. You know, you can play Assassins, Akali. I mean, Broken Blade even played a little bit of Yone, but those require more offensive plays and it requires some jungle attention, so maybe not either of those. Meanwhile, on the side of Energy, Palafox going to bring out the Taliyah again. I am.
Why are you skeptical?
Taliyah is 3 and what was that? 14?
3 and 14, man. That is a really bad number.
And a couple of those wins were jungles, so I'm getting a little nervous, Savetius. But it is another champion that pairs really well with the. If you can get guaranteed engage with Jarvan and Rakan, you know, I always want a Taliyah seismic shove to be played off of something else. And the rock field will be quite nice for them as well. But man, when you're playing that into Poppy and Zaya, it does seem a bit difficult.
So one thing that I'm also noticing here, a lot of terrain creation for Energy. The Taliyah wall plus the Jarvan Cataclysm, if you aim all of these right, you can really create corridors where there are
Poppy to knock us into.
No, we're trying to ignore it. We're going to make a nice spicy Rumble hot pot.
Okay,
that's the play. But it will be the Ornn. We were talking about, is it going to be a spicy counter pick to Rumble, or is it a scaling team fight Ornn, and that's the pick for Broken Blade?
Flowers, they've got 2 champions that charge into terrain now.
And one of them even breaks it.
They can break it, they can smash us, stun us into it. Well,
Hopefully we don't self-counter here, Venius. Ooh, the Sivir, the final pick of the draft here for FBI.
Okay.
So, when I look at G2's comp, they've simplified the draft.
Yeah.
Right? That's what
Back
they've done.
to basics.
They've sat there and said, you know what, Xayah really strong on the meta, Poppy really good into J4 Rakan, all that mobility, game palette.
Yeah.
Series quarter side, who's going to get straight into the quarters and who's going to have to play again tomorrow. A reminder, tomorrow is the last day of the Swiss stage. We are starting earlier, 5 a.m. CET, 9 p.m. PST. Make sure you show up for that, but we still got this and then T1 versus BLG after here today.
Yeah, tell your friends, the games are starting early. We got 3 best of 3s, the final day of Swiss. People will be going home. People will be qualifying to the quarterfinals. It's going to be a hype day. And one of these 2 teams will be in that day.
Yeah.
They will have to play another best of 3 tomorrow.
You don't want to be in that day.
You do not. You want to qualify for the quarterfinals, and NRG are in a great position to do that right now. So early game, nothing too chaotic, nothing too crazy. G2 just setting up a defensive line of scrimmage to prevent NRG getting off any early invades.
I want to see what NRG can do with the top side of the map. They got Dokla the Rumble. He's into the Ornn here. Should have priority. Contracts is on Jarvan. Such a good early game ganking jungler. Actually one of the champions that he played last time he was at Worlds, those 6 years ago with Cloud9 as well, to some unfortunate endings.
Well, the early jungle pathing is already starting off better for Contracts in this game than it did in the previous one. We talked about how Yike was able to get a nice lead early with that Bel'Veth and the power that she has to farm so effectively, as Broken Blade is just pushing Dokla away from the wave here early on, making the Rumble step back a little bit.
Forge Master versus the Forge here at level 1.
Rumble is the Forge.
Who would have thought? He's got the Flame Spitter constantly on. Should be heading towards bottom there for Contracts though, so I wonder what kind of an effect Yike will be able to have early on.
Ooh, nice knock up there from Broken Blade. Dokla getting caught at the very back end of the slight level advantage there, level 2 versus level 1, as Mickey's going to move into the enemy jungle. Just check there, looking for that blue buff. You can see a couple of pings coming out in the enemy jungle now as Hans is still just shoving the wave forward here in bottom lane.
Yeah, information gained. They saw with the blue buff alive that Jarvan hasn't gone there yet, which means that he's likely pathing towards bot side. This means that G2 in an ideal would want to get this minion wave underneath the tower. He will lose a cannon minion there, Hans. We all saw that. The -1s are in the chat right now. You know?
But he got the blade collar.
Yeah.
But they need to be careful. Oh, another one! Wow, the LCK Observer is really highlighting when you miss those cannons.
Yeah.
Calling G2 out right now. The fans, the NA fans, I hear them. And G2's mental is broken. They can't even last hit cannons.
No cannons.
All the chatters.
Look at Yike, though.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite ticked over to level 4. He sees the Dokla's at about 50% HP, and he sees a play.
Yep, Dokla keeping the wave away from the turret right now. Should just be able to farm that up. Yike is not really going to find an opportunity for a whole lot just yet, but Dokla is stepping up now. Dokla needs to be really respectful of what could happen here. Yike biding his time, happy to stay in the fog.
Oh man, this wave pushing out for Dokla is so scary.
Tough.
Oh, so
He's
scary.
Suspicious. He feels something is off.
Yeah, there's the ward. That's going to see the Poppy. So at least he knows now Yike is going to leave. Hans Sama going to get jumped on there as Ignar tries to lead the charge, but now he's got to be careful. Battle Dance back to his own AD carry.
Yeah, and they know that Jarvan is bottom side, so they're definitely not going to get baited into anything longer there. No longer extended trades. You can see everybody being cautious about it. And Contracts will come over for the Raptors.
And again, just credit to Dokla there. Just really good awareness and good communication from the team. Yike trying to get back to his Raptors as quickly as possible, but he's too late. Nice steal there from Contracts, getting a bit of revenge for the first game. And you can see he's 2 camps up now on his jungle counterparts. NRG getting a couple nice trades onto Hans in the bot lane. Of course, the sustain from Ignar helping a little bit in the 2v2 trades. And wards already being littered around the bot side of the map. So the one lane that G2 would look to play for in the early game don't have a lot of options right now.
And I like the fact that you mentioned that little bit of sustain from Ignar, because it's not nearly as severe as the sustain from the Senna in the previous game that G2 had to deal with. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dokla hitting the overheat. 200 HP left, knocked up into the air. Broken Blade takes him low, but he won't quite take him down.
Yeah, no ignites in the top lane, so no kills just yet. Contracts came over just to recall by their bottom lane to ensure that FBI and Ignar could get that wave in as well. Looks like they're going to stay one more. And they do cancel it for a little bit of extra money, 1 more wave's worth.
Mid laners closing in on that level 6 point. You can see not quite there just yet, but Caps' EXP bar nearly entirely filled. Palafox about halfway there. Dokla continuing to try to get this wave to crash. He hits level 6. He has the equalizer. That should be enough to dissuade Yike and Broken Blade from trying to do a whole lot here, I think.
Is really trying to force something topside. He's trying to catch Dokla out, but he's just showing the utmost level of respect right now. Even though he knows Contracts is in the area and could potentially come for a counter gank, he's saying, nope, not worth it. Just going to take my time. He has a healthy CS amount right now. Things looking good for NRG.
You know, when we originally coined the term Big Dokes, is actually for his big brain, not for his big muscles.
I see.
Those
the
are
brain
also
is the strongest muscle.
Now he's all encapsulating.
Brom, lie to me.
Well, Palafox, level 6 now, Caps the same. Palafox with that Weaver's Wall. We know this is all about roaming. It's all about assisting the other lanes. We'll see if he can get to those lanes and try to help them out a little bit. Bottom side, you can see the purchase is done. Big difference here. Berserker's Greaves Rush from Han Sama, so he's got the extra movement speed, whereas FBI just going straight for the Noon Quiver instead.
Here's what I'll tell you now, though, gentlemen. If you're an EU fan watching this game, 0-0, 6.5 minutes in, they're happy.
Okay.
They see when G2 is in a neutral state, they have confidence in their ability to play the mid-game macro. And when we look at NRG, they look good when they get a lead, right? So the fact that they haven't been able to find that lead is definitely a comforting sign when contrast to the first game.
And now that you can see we're watching down here as these bottom laners are ready to leave and start fighting over the Drake. This is your featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz with Hans and Ignar, the former teammates, now standing opposed. But we've got Dokla ready to TP in. They want to force G2 off of this. The Weaver's Wall comes in. They're going to find Mickey as the isolated target, but he still has the flash to get away over the wall. Broken Blade using the Ornhorn to try to get the wave shoved up, recognizing that his opponent has left. First strike of the game, 7 minutes in, goes to Energy.
Yeah, I want to point out that Broken Blade had just used his teleport back to top side, so there was no world where G2 could fight that even numbers. That's why as soon as they see the teleport from Rumble coming down, they back off the Dragon. Energy do get the flash out of Mickey there, but honestly, that is one of the lowest value flashes because it's, of course, a Hex Flash Nautilus, and Energy unable to trap any kills down here in addition to the Dragon, and they did give up a turret plate to Broken Blade.
I mean, still, I think that Energy played that very well. Just good awareness as you
Yeah, I always want more, Vedius.
You always want more?
Kobe's just never hat-tricked.
That is disappointed, NRG, but don't worry. I like what you did. I think that being able to secure that early Dragon also just, when I think about what NRG's comp does really well, it's a very difficult comp to walk into, you know? Things like Talia, Rakan, Jarvan. These champs, you ideally want them to walk into you because a lot of their tools are kind of like picks, easy ways to catch you off guard, and they want to try and force champions like Azir to come within closer range of them. So the fact that they are able to quite calmly and easily force G2 off that Dragon that they were comfortably on with a great use of the TP, I think is good signs for Energy moving forward.
Yeah, especially since G2's comp, as we see a little bit of a visit.
Okay, nice knock up there from Ignar, but there's nobody close enough to do meaningful damage to Caps, so it's not like he's pressured any further than that. Energy are on the Rift Herald. They already secured the Drake for themselves. They want to use the knockback. Nicely done from Yike. He gets rid of the enemy jungler. The smite steal is so easy. TY for Leash. G2 picking up their first neutral objective of the game. Broken Blade's going to grab a plate here almost at the same time. Do the minions get it? Do the minions get it?
I hate Poppy!
The minions barely get it. The plate goes over to Broken Blade.
Man, that is actually a huge swing. A lot of gold into the pockets of G2. That was a really, really good play from Yike. They had vision the entire time. You saw Dokla flash the white flag there afterwards too because he came down, so they give another couple turret plates. They give the Rift Herald. That is so much money back into G2, which you were just pointing out, Vedius, is a very, very sturdy scaling comp
I thought
here.
that was going to be a really scary team fight because I looked at both supports. They both ticked over to level 6 in the mid lane, and I thought, we're going to get a bit of a skirmish. And then Poppy said, no, I'm good.
I honestly, I love doing those plays, but now it's definitely frustrating to watch. Really nice accuracy there. Yike able to hit him out, and of course, say TY for Leash.
And I like what you talked about earlier, Vedius, with how difficult it is to engage on Energy's comp. I think both comps are a similar way, as Mickey and Caps are now both going in. Mickey's taken very low, but it's first blood over to Contracts. The Jarvan gets paid.
All right, also this is going to mean a quick push here for FBI on the bottom side. Can they catch one in the river?
Hold on now, Seismic Shove nearly finds Yike, but the last second flash gets him away. So G2, they're going to lose their support. They're going to lose the flash on their jungler. FBI shoving up bot lane now, trying to grab a plate and keep this game nice and close.
Super questionable play from Mickey there. He literally hooked into the bush, either expecting someone to be there or with the intent of getting some vision, and then he ends up face-checking two members of NRG who are just very quick to punish him when he doesn't have his flash up. So great play once again from NRG. They get themselves their first kill of the game. The gold's still in favor of G2, but I think a lot of that gold is sitting on the top lane right now. Broken Blade, I think he's secured, what, 3 plates? Nearly 4?
Oh, yeah.
You look at the total gold. He's the one sitting on all this gold right now. So I think that gold difference is a little bit deceptive when, even though Ornn is tanky, that's not ideally where you want all your gold in the early game.
Yeah, fair enough. He will be able to upgrade people's items pretty, well, not pretty soon. Later on into the game. So he'll be able to distribute some of those stats, at least, to the rest of the team later on. Honestly, though, as we do see the play onto bottom side.
And I mean, the Rift Herald getting dropped in mid, Caps grabbing a couple of plates from that. That's where you want to see some of that money going. If you're a fan of G2, you want to see Caps be able to get ahead. You want to see this Azir on some playmaking ability, because if this guy can find the angle to really start off one of these fights correctly, both teams have so much powerful disengage that if somebody can really hit one of those huge angles, that's the difference maker. As Yike will again look into the top part of the map. Flash coming out from Dokla. The Ornn Horn goes out. It'll hit him at the last possible second. No, it won't. He missed it. Broken Blade will not get the knock-up. I don't think they would have had the damage to get the kill anyway, but Dokla gets away with the expenditure of his flash.
Yeah, they do get that summon spell out from Dokla. A bit of a cheeky play from Yike. Mickey now in a bit of danger. Knockback. Nice side step.
Nice step away from it.
And that play on top side has pretty big ramifications for this dragon about to spawn here. For energy, Dokla's going to teleport back to top lane right now.
He might dive this. Broken Blade doesn't have ultimate, but he should be tanky enough this early on into the game. You'll see Yike catch the wave. Caps is going to rotate up with them, and now he's in some serious danger. No flash.
Yeah, his stopwatch is not ready here for Dokla.
Oh, they're not going to go for it.
Wow, they're backing away. I thought for sure they would decide to just jump in for this.
Yeah, that could be a bot lane dive then for energy. Yeah. They took Dragon. They could even go for more.
Nice move from Dokla there, using the equalizer to burn away the waves so he can prevent any sort of threat on himself, as energy now overloads the opposite side. 4 players down here, Contracts and Palafox both hovering around. Palafox walks back out over the ward to leave. FBI wants to grab this second plate here real fast. Boomerang Blade to at least chunk Hans a little bit. They avoid losing the second plate. Now Mickey with a dredge line. Follow up with a Blade Caller. Ignar doesn't take a severe amount of damage just yet. Yike has arrived to reinforce, make sure there's not going to be any dive instead, so we don't actually get any turret dives from either team on any part of the map just yet, but Mickey goes fishing. He finds himself a connect. Dredge line onto FBI, who has to try to flash away. The feathers fly, and FBI will not survive. Hans Sama takes him down.
That is the EU bot lane that we've been waiting to see in this series. Mickey lands a clutch hook onto FBI. The spell shield is used early as well, which means that it's not there to mitigate the ultimate from Mickey, and Hans with the damage finds a 2v2 kill.
Yeah, no respect there from FBI for the lollipop of that hook from Mickey. Nice one from him. Able to nail it and get that kill back. Let's see if that's the momentum that they actually need here, because energy with the 2 dragons and Palafox looking for.
Ooh, Caps, nice job there using the disengage. Now Dokla's coming down to try to stop him, but he's got to be careful. Caps still trying to get away from this one. Dokla now finally not overheated anymore. Caps getting away. Nice movement there. Doesn't even have to spend the flash to get away from the Jarvan Cataclysm, as energy tried to make a move, but they won't find it. Now the Ornn Horn is summoned up. Contracts with a re-engage back at a Caps. They want to try to stop it, but now Dokla's got to be careful. Ignar and Yike both making their way into the fight, as Dokla's only got 300 HP remaining. Mickey with another big dredge line. Ignar and Contracts here with the front line. Contracts have caught Caps. Huge re-engage coming out from energy. As the Poppy disengage, now might turn it back for G2. FBI has arrived, and now a seismic shove ain't quite going to find another. Energy and G2 are making it scrappy here in the top lane.
That is really good target selection from Contracts over and over. He knows the only damage on G2 is Caps and Hans was not there, so Contracts keeps re-engaging onto the Azir to keep the DPS away, even though it looked like G2 with all these extra bodies up there, those are mostly tanks, and they don't have enough damage to take down Energy on the top side. They did, however, have plenty of damage to take them down here. This is what we're talking about. Really good hook there from Mickey right at the end. The extendo hook is able to get him. They also got both summoners out of FBI. So not only did G2 here get the kill, Mickey lives even with the Ignite and the minions on him. But they also got those summoners.
Very weird. I mean, Caps ends up securing the crab with his ultimate. Obviously, he's just trying to create space between him and Palafox. He's holding up. I'm not even sure if his WE is up or if he's just holding it. The ultimate from Contracts delays him from being able to get the maximum rage. And then G2 says, we see an angle. Let's throw the ultimate. Dokla doesn't have his flash up. Let's look for a play. But as you rightly said, Contracts constantly. Oh, back in the action.
Back in the action as Mickey and Yike got to try to get away. Contracts with the engage on the enemy support. FBI's got the damage, but his Contracts getting the credit. Yike flashes over the wall to make sure that he doesn't die here too, and Energy find their third kill of the game.
Similarly to game one, Energy are doing a great job of finding picks. It was Palafox and Contracts working together in the first game, but now we're seeing Igna and Contracts find these picks wherever they can, and it's Mickey who's getting caught.
So, Contracts is again popping the hell off. He was only a couple of years ago the death leader of the LCS. What a magnificent glow up for him. Absolute masterclass, back-to-back games, really big stuff. And here again, he's going to see 2 tanks in the river, so they have the freedom to engage. FBI just pops the Sivir ultimate, and they melt down one, get the flash off the other.
In recent years, Contracts had been in conversations for the weakest jungler in the LCS at different points. He has made a miraculous resurgence to become this absolute crucial cornerstone of Energy in the games where they look their best.
Yep, and now definitely in the conversations for one of the best. Started at the bottom, now we here.
You ever seen those like reels or TikToks where like it starts with the flashback, like you are here, and then you have the dubstep at the end. Like, where is that now? I can see it with the Contracts montage plays already. What a glow up from him. The gold pretty much dead even. We saw it from the MasterCard check-in that a lot of that gold sitting on Broken Blade and Caps, where the leads are coming from right now. But after that action earlier in the top lane, perhaps that has shifted. Contract navigating his way around the vision.
Yep. The big thing I'm looking at right here, that timer in the top right of your screen says 10 seconds until the third Drake is alive. It's going to be a Hex Soul yet again. Energy already has the first 2 Drakes of this game. G2 are not willing to just allow this third one to go away. Being on Soul Point only 18 minutes into the game is a very difficult game state to play. I wonder, how will this fight go? This could determine so much from such an even game.
Rumble ultimate is going to be massive. Caps looking for Dokla.
Dokla playing around the blast cone, trying to be careful. Weaver's wall over the edge. G2 are going to be equalized. Hansama goes up into the air as the Orn Horn is sounded off. A lot of damage. Back onto the middle as Ignore drops, but he's going to be traded for Mickey. Support for support. Palafox goes over the wall. They burn down Yike. Broken Blade with a knock-up back into Palafox, but now he's not able to find the damage. Han is firing off, and Caps is still alive. A diamond shovel to Caps. They found the enemy mid. Energy 4v2, but health is low. Hansama is cut to ribbons by the boomerang blade of FBI.
And Energy are going to pick up the dragon. Palafox with the flank up into the Fog of War, onto the high ground, and he seismic shoved the Azir. Caps goes down, and Energy on Dragon Soul Point.
Keep your eyes on Palafox here. You already highlighted earlier, he uses the wall initially, then the E from Broken Blade as they try to find escape. Good ultimate from Dokla forces the ulti out from Hansama very early on, and then the wall, I forget what it's called, but from Palafox, he lays down the ground to split G2 up, which means that their front line is separated from their back line to buy time for Energy to just get rid of the front line.
Look at this.
Mickey drops, Poppy drops, and then they find that pick onto Caps. Great play from Palafox throughout this fight.
That control ward, Palafox knows he is in the Fog of War. He kites up around onto the ledge and lands the seismic shove.
Unraveled Earth, Vedius. That is the bunch of rocks on the ground. Yeah. That's one of the ones that gave me trouble for a long time too, because I'm like, it's just a bunch of rocks. But yeah, Unraveled Earth, nice job. Energy managed to find their fight there. The gold still remains very close, but the big thing is the Drakes. The Drakes are now a problem for G2 moving forward in this game.
Oh, they certainly are. G2 are going to be forced into the next fight. Energy could even use it as a potential Baron threat. Contracts finds himself with 100% kill participation. The young stuff in Yike from Europe came in as... Oh, hang on a second. This Herald is not going to get any value at all, is it?
No, sir.
But Yike, yeah, coming in as the replacement for Jankos. big shoes to fill. And MSI, he had a promising performance, but in this series, his presence has been very limited. Caps finds himself at 0-2, and G2, they're crumbling. You have to wonder how much that loss in Game 1 affected them as NRG find themselves with a gold lead. Their comp feels very powerful right now.
I just want to re-emphasize, too, how crazy of a situation this is to have Energy, again, in a big lead over G2 in a series-defining game. This Energy team is built of players that were discarded by other teams, that had to work their way back up through the Academy system and have come together, with Energy acquiring CLG and in their first split, winning the finals as underdogs every step of the way.
But I cannot count G2 out just yet. This is a team that has shown tenacity, that has shown the ability to scrap, even win behind. Broken Blade coming in for the knockout. Palafox is just swooped to death as Contracts is ready to bring the same back to G2. Caps falls, and now they got to try to get Yike out of trouble. He wants to run away, but the Jarvan with the EQ flash, and Ignar ain't done. He's going to look to see if they might be able to find something else. Nice buffer from Broken Blade as Contracts goes in, but the equalizer comes down over the top. Contracts might just die. Huge shutdown back for Hans, but he'll fall after. Mickey wants to get out, but FBI cuts him off. Energy get a 4-for-2 trade.
No jungler, no problem. They're going to burn down this Baron. Broken Blade is the only one for G2. Vedius, is there a world where that Ornn teleports in and does something insane?
I think he's going to have to try, but they find this pick onto Palafox, but again, the collapse from NRG is always so good and so quick. Look at how quickly they're able to respond. Look at live, though. The Baron is going down.
Oh, Caps is there, too. They're going to force them off for sure.
All right.
They might start this. Poppy is back alive.
Yeah.
No. Okay, they're not going to. That could have been a window for G2. You'll see on your main screen that the chase down that comes through from NRG. I had some concerns about FBI's range, but he's being given so much space in these fights. There is zero threat on him in these engages, and he's able to clean up every single time. 2-1-6 now for the Sivir.
Man. Big thing there is G2, again, this is just a 2 DPS comp. It is just 2 carry comp here. And with Caps going 1-for-1 under the tower there for Palafox, Energy going to have a lot more damage dealers left for the chase down.
So, big thing here. We've been talking about Contracts, talking about his performance, 100% KP. Spear of Shojin, completed in the inventory now. This transforms Jarvan from a good champion to an insane champion. The amount of combos you can get off in a fight, as long as you're able to get auto attacks, is just oppressive.
Yep. Shout out to Freak. Maybe shout out to Augurin as well for the builds.
We love you, Freak.
Augurin with the rank 1 Korea, really popularizing it, but all the extra health that was added to both those items really makes him so tanky. And the cooldown is so nice on Jarvan because the E is not classified as CC, and the E is the actual gatekeeper of your combo. The Q doesn't really matter that it gets less.
Okay, Mickey wanted to try to use the control ward there to see if they could find a pick before this crucial 4th Drake. 10 seconds. This is Hex Soul if Energy gets it. G2 need to play this fight well. They've still got the ward in the Pixel Brush, but it was sighted out. Ignar will knock that down first. As we also see Energy clear out some of the wards from that Drake pit. G2 trying to approach. It'll be Mickey, Yike, and Broken Blade. The Secret Service for Hans Sama. Protect the president. Do not let him fall.
I mean, it's G2 on the objective right now, but with Contracts and Ignar, look at how dark it is. The Observer's highlighting how little G2 sees. That Rumble ultimate is luring in the distance. Dokla, he can have so much impact in these fights. Mickey trying to zone NRG away. The Dragon will begin.
Oh, they've got that control ward now on the ledge that they remember from last time. Here we go, G2.
All right. The Drake's already down to half HP. Contracts ready to challenge. Equalizer over the wall as the Ornhorn comes out. Finds a single knockout, but it's going to be spell shielded. Caps with a swoop on the 2. Massive engage coming up from G2 when FBI is killed. Caps is going to be traded back as we now have a 4v4. Contract still looking to go back in. It's Palafox stealing away the soul. G2 gets a 2-for-1 victory, but it's soul back over to Energy. G2 trying to path their way up back towards the middle of the map, maybe over to Baron.
That was crazy. Even though Energy are losing the fight, Hans was untouched. They still manage, Contracts and Palafox, to combo the Dragon. Mickey goes in!
Mickey! He ends up sending a dredge line straight from the food delivery service. Broken Blade, Yike, and Hans now in a 3v3. Any chance of Baron is dashed as Palafox continues looking. might be able to find a seismic shove. He flashed forward. Palafox with a crazy play. It won't find it yet, but they'll get Broken Blade at the very end.
The crucial thing here now is Contracts is alive, and they just got a big pick onto Broken Blade. The Baron is now up for grabs with the Soul as well. Energy can melt this.
Caps is back alive. The Azir could have an absolutely massive play. The rocket flies by. He sidesteps away from it. Sweeper still active. Soldier in the brush, just looking to do a little scouting. It's up to the Emperor.
They have to give this up. I don't think that they can contest it.
Oh no, he walks right into the brush. Dokla's ready to provide the damage. Ignar may just die for it. Ignar lives, Caps at 400 HP. Dokla finally getting the heat gauge back. Caps burns, and Energy takes Soul and Baron back to back.
It is not a dream anymore. You are looking at reality. NRG are having a massive upset against G2, and it all started with this huge fight.
All right, let's take a look at it. First, they go the Taliyah wall down, and they try and Cataclysm Yike in there, but Caps comes in big for G2, sweeps them back. You see Hans free firing, and it forces Energy to scatter. It's here that they combo. You see Hans try and Cataclysm Yike in there, but Caps comes in big for G2, sweeps them back. You see Hans free firing, and it forces Energy to scatter. It's here that they combo for Hans. Cataclysm Yike. All right, let's take a look at it. First, they go the Taliyah wall down, and they try and Cataclysm Yike in there, but Caps comes in big for G2, sweeps them back. You see Hans free firing, and it forces Energy to scatter. It's here that they combo for the Soul, Contracts, and Palafox. The coordination between those two, still able to get the critical objective for the extra Soul. And then Mickey.
Oh, this was such a blunder from Mickey. Nice sidestep from Ignar, but I'm not even sure what they were hoping to get off the back of that. They needed to get the reset off, and Energy chasing was the best thing. They know they have a huge health advantage. They know that Jarvan and Rumble is coming back soon. This was a huge chase, getting this pick. It resulted in a Soul, it resulted in a Baron, and it results with Energy having everything they need to 2-0 the first seed of the LEC.
They still gotta close it out. 6,000 gold up. Hex Soul in their pocket. Baron circling around them for the next minute and 45. Energy need to keep this push going. Back to what you guys were talking about earlier. It is a two-threat comp for G2. It's all about Hans. It's all about Caps. If they're going to win, they'll have to have a massive turnaround against this Energy squad who has been team fighting beautifully.
They've been doing everything this series. Energy have come to play. Tower number 2 down in mid lane. They're going to rotate over to the top side. We get a recall from Broken Blade, and there go G2.
Mickey over the wall. Flash Dredge line looking to engage on Ignar. But the stopwatch means no dice. Now Energy ready to keep their own push going on. FBI keeping the Baron on the cannon minion back in the mid lane. Dokla, Palafox, Contracts all working together here on the top side. Weaver's Wall, a beautiful tool for just making it so you can kill the turret. Mickey's gonna be pushed back. Seismic shove, they won't kill him just yet. Horn sounds off. Dokla's knocked up into the air. Palafox may be under pressure. Now they're gonna find some damage on Contract, but he won't be killed just yet. Cap is down. Dokla, unstoppable. And now Mickey falls too. Broken Blade will be broken in half. Get far. Poppy can't live. Hans can't stop him.
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It is an ace for one! Nobody thought they'd win LCS! Nobody thought they'd beat G2! It's time to change your minds! Energy, win the game! Defeat G2 and go to the quarter finals!
What an upset! Betty, even as it's happening.
The beauty is, like, they didn't need your faith. They didn't need you to believe in them. They thrived in the position of the underdog, and they continue to
Money makes the world go round.
Such untapped power!
Finally a customer.
Dire suffered much, but get him up.
Gotcha! Easily. This power is mine to command. potential is limitless.
All manner of marvelous things.
Let them try to stop it. Double kill. Just freeze. Has been slain. People fear what they cannot understand.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
I am in control.
not about killing, but I'll
Let them try to stop me.
very well for yourself. Stuff.
Easily. This power is mine to command.
Good day!
An ally has been slain.
People fear what they cannot understand.
To the arena. To the arena.
I'm on to you.
Water forgets the names of the drowned. In this table's offerings.
Welcome to Summoner's
I
Rift.
demand an entree!
Thirty seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
I am appetite focused.
First rule of being a sentinel?
I have tastes that aren't easily pacified. Hunger! A depth of flavor is what I covet.
First blood.
Mercy has no flavor. My diet is expansively their despair is the seasoning. All shall drown in magnificence. Regrettably, I must retire in order to find a digestive. Now we shall gluttonize. Where is it? True appetite never wanes. Nothing escapes hunger. From suffering, my banquet is born. Every heart has its own hunger. Give it to me! To covet is to starve. The only real sin is to deny a craving. That aroma seduces. I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation. Fresh souls. Gluttony is impossible. Let us eat voraciously and overindulge.
An ally has been slain.
I am the River King! I must sample this buffet. Another snack.
Pain doesn't own.
We all gourmandise from time to time. river never stops. The world is my beast.
Killing
Everyone ends downriver eventually. All the world's a river, and I'm its king. Anything of depth is deceitful.
Rampage.
Misery has a delectable
An ally has been slain.
I can bear it.
All creation is born, famished, and starving. No true hunger can be abated. I demand an entree! I am appetite focused.
Unstoppable.
I have tastes that aren't easily pacified.
An enemy has been slain.
shall drown in my magnificence.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Now we shall
An enemy
gluttonize.
has been slain.
Where is it? True appetite never
An enemy
wanes.
has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Nothing escapes hunger. From suffering, my banquet is born. Every heart has its own. You live by a code that'll never let you forget what you want. Let me take you to it. I shall return to this establishment. To covet is to starve. The only real sin is to deny a craving. That aroma seduces.
Killing spree.
I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation.
Rampage.
Gluttony is impossible. Dinner.
Shut down.
Let us eat voraciously. two. We are all going down from time to time.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The river never stops. The world is my feast. Where is that taste? Everyone ends downriver eventually.
Shut down.
All the world's a river, and I'm
Has been slain.
Every river ends in me! Misery has a delectable taste. All creation is born, famished, and starving. No true hunger can be appeased.
Double kill.
I demand an entree!
Ally has been slain.
Crush them! I remember my focus.
Ace.
The joke's on you!
Never one
without the other.
every life
ends with us.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
What What sound do they make?
Feathers falling on fresh snow. Now!
An ally has been slain.
Yet they are never prepared. Your next treat, dear wolf. We are not dreaming. All stars hindering me. many ways to die.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
Bits of them stick in my claws.
The weft and weave of fate dies.
The hunt is back on!
How does hunger feel? Their path is destined to cross ours. Chase to your heart's content. Peacefully they go.
Hungry we follow.
Turn to nothing. Fades. That is why it is beautiful.
Hurry them. Faster.
Enemy killing.
No match for us.
Few are, dear wolf.
And everywhere lamb.
Those who run from death stood still in life.
This next one will be easy.
And if not?
More fun. Fear makes the chase more fun.
An ally has been slain.
Shine once more. Wolf chases what does not willingly go.
Its heart beats fast now.
It knows.
The chase. I smell pride.
All things linger.
In our shadow.
Slain. An enemy is dominating. Enemy double kill. Triple kill. Defeat.